I mean, certainly can if you'd like. Might help keep us on track. All right.
Would you ask Colin?
Thank you, everybody.
I think that's for future.
We'll get started. It's 5:32. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public, and then comments from the BAR. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. I would like to start this evening's meeting by welcoming Jenny Lauer. Thank you very much for joining our happy band. Jenny is a landscape architect, and so a position we've been in need of for several months, so welcome aboard. Thank you much for joining us and doing some civic duty. All right. First item is matters from the public and not on the agenda or on the consent agenda. The current consent agenda has an application for 120 West High Street, a partial demolition of a rear porch and storage area. So any comments from the public? All right.
Do you want to discuss, we're all members from the church, do you want a discussion, or is it?
So it's on the consent agenda, so if there are no, if anyone from the BAR would like to pull it off the consent agenda? No? Anyone from the public wish to offer opposition to this?
Did you raise your hand, Joe?
Me?
Oh.
No, it's just like a nodding.
All right. If that's the case, I think we'll move to the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, the motion passes, the consent agenda passes. You guys are good to go. Keep your evening short. Thank you for coming, though. We really appreciate y'all showing up and being prepared.
Of course, have a good evening. Okay, moving forward.
Yes. So deferred items.
And I will note that Kate Tabaney, for recruiting the new BAR member, will be receiving a free toaster.
Free toaster, is that what you said?
I sold one in my house, and
Free doesn't
Free
mean it's
used.
news. Yeah, free doesn't mean it's
Smoked
new.
meats.
again, just want to remind everybody, we no longer haze our new members, so that's frowned on.
Good to say that at a public meeting. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, really.
Well, actually, we chatted with Jen earlier today, and she made the comment of something about memorizing the guidelines, and I was like, Carl's already gotten to her bed. Very quickly, chapter 3,
right.
in Greek. All right, so the first item tonight on your regular agenda, this is 540 Park Street. You all discussed this last month. This is a request to replace the windows in a 1900s house. The request had come in with casements to replace the existing, and there was a request from the BAR to consider double hung where they are double hung. And the applicant has done that, I think been very responsive to what you all had asked for. And I just wanted to point out that where there's that triple, this is on the second page under the discussion, there is a triple casement window that was on the south elevation, and in lieu of doing that as a double hung, or each of those is double hung, to keep the new will be casements. And then the second thing is on the front, which would be the west elevation of the house, that large picture window, we say in the living room, but they're on the left-hand side, the new will replicate the twin double hung above it, which seems more appropriate to what had been there, most likely. So that's those two changes I wanted to point out. And I don't know, I didn't...
Can I ask a question
Yes, you may.
specifically on that window? I didn't see a reference about what is happening with that, for lack of a better word,
The thing?
historic
Yeah.
transom.
So the transom's going to, I think it had been left, it's going to remain in place.
Okay. It just wasn't shown in the drawings, and
I
it
just-
wasn't mentioned in textually that I could find. Maybe
Yeah.
somebody else found it.
I don't, and personally, I don't think that it's, I think it's something from inside the house that was, they said, oh, would be interesting outside. So I don't know, it's Doug's here, he can
I
address.
actually, just walking up Park Street today, I found several other examples.
Really,
Not
of
not
those?
of that, not of it applied on the outside like that, but other types of,
Yeah.
like, code-dated windows that look a lot like that on more historic buildings.
So, so just, those are the two differences, whereas in the staff, the recommended motion is as submitted. I would just ask if there is a motion that considering including these two. And Doug is here with Alex Construction, and certainly if you have any questions or if you want Doug to offer anything. But do you all have any questions for me?
Was this the only issue that we had, was changing the casements to the double hung?
That was the primary issue.
That was the
I think we
primary.
also made them, rather than clad windows, we made them all wood windows. So we upgraded the window to all wood windows, so there was not a clad window. I was happy to have my client agree to that.
Did we make that request?
I think I made that request.
Thank you.
I'm a little confused. The last time and it's not controversial as far as I'm concerned, but last time we talked about this thing that they hung the, the reference to the historic, it's literally hanging on just old hinges. So I thought in the last meeting, we weren't going to kind of put that, it's sort of a hoked up imitation. Is that important to do?
I don't think we feel like that is historically accurate in that location. It might be from the house, it might be from a salvage yard, I don't think
It looks
there's-
like
It's something
other things in the house. that-
applied, but it's something applied to the exterior of the house. I don't think it's in its original location.
Yeah, we can certainly try, I mean, no problem, but I wouldn't want to put it up the way it is now,
Right. Like,
so.
I don't think we're requiring that to go back.
No,
At least I'm not.
Not to go back.
Yeah.
If there's
And I guess
a-
Mr. Werner's suggestion is that they should put a partition or a mullion in between and have two double hung windows?
It's gonna, yeah, there'll be two double hungs.
We had a better
mold
picture of it.
Correct.
in the
So
center.
Of that thing.
regardless of that, right. So,
It would match the upstairs window.
Right,
Correct.
right.
Yeah, my opinion is, I mean, it can stay if they wish it to stay. It's like shutters. They can remove it if they wish to, but
What are
not
what-
that we require.
what's the intent of the applicant?
Yeah, this is really,
I was going to remove it and fix everything, I guess, with real windows.
Right.
And fix the shutters that need it, and
And not put that transom thing
not
back?
put that back. I'm trying to fix the front porch, we're not making any changes to it, but it's kind of hoked together with
Yeah.
plywood. And I'm really pleased that from a client who was against doing anything, now he's agreed to do everything, so, which is really great, so. So I would ask that it be approved without that as a requirement, but if he allows us to put it back, we'll put it back,
And you're positive that it never fit the window?
positive. It's literally,
It's to what?
it won't even sit flat. It's literally
Yeah, it's
an old
kicked out.
But
hardware.
it won't fit the current window, but I'm saying, did it ever fit that opening?
I think that it would never fit it because now you've got a mold, two,
We have the molding around it now, more modern molding, but
but you also have a mold down the center that'll protrude.
Mullion.
and-
oh, sure, yeah.
when you
You mean-
multi two windows together.
Right, when
So,
you, with the new window, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, having been out there, and I'm absolutely confident that that's not from that, it's not an exterior window. It possibly was a transom inside, but it absolutely was not on there, and it is hooked on. It doesn't fit, it's not the right width, it is two regular hinges. I really wasn't looking at it as an issue here. It was almost, to me, if it stayed, it stayed, if it left, it left. I wasn't, it was really the windows.
Appropriate if it left.
What's that?
I don't know, we're kind of getting scrambled on our
Yeah.
process here, so let's back up just a hair.
Mine was questioned for staff
For staff,
earlier,
yeah.
and for the applicant.
So, Mr. Croker, did you want to summarize anything else? I guess you've told us what you want to do with that particular window and that you want to use wood windows and repair shutters.
it's wood windows, it's basically, we took your suggestions, I agreed they gave me the leverage to get it right. So
Great.
I would rather not be required to put that, it's kind of a junky thing. I know it may look good,
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the public about this application? Anything online? All right, now we'll go to questions from the BAR. I had one quick question. In the attic windows, not the fan sash, but the rectilinear windows, are the existing ones casement windows? Because the proposed replacement or casement up there?
They are.
The existing are, okay, thank you. Any other questions from the BAR? All right. Any comments from the public? Okay. All right, and comments from the BAR? Some of us are trying to pull up the application on our computers.
I'm ready to approve. Anyone else?
Me too.
I just wanted to add that by way of comments, wanted to thank you, Doug, and the applicant for agreeing to do the double hung windows.
Thank you.
You know,
Sure.
in lieu of the casement. Thank you for,
Absolutely.
Oh,
just
it
really
was-
improves it.
and it was a good, it all worked.
Thanks a lot. And please thank your client, too.
Sure, thank you.
So I want to clarify what Jeff was suggesting. I don't know, Carl, did you pick up on that?
That we don't care either way about that transom?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's not in the application, so.
right.
So,
But going to the two windows there is in the application?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed window replacements of 540 Park Street satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the ADC district, and the BAR approves the application as submitted. And just to clarify, we are okay if they wish to remove or retain the transom on that first floor window.
Thank you.
And the triple.
Oh, yes, I'm
It's
sorry.
on the south elevation.
Yes, the triple windows that are currently casements on the south elevation will remain casements.
Thank you.
Second,
All right. Thank you. I'll call a vote. Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Burrell,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
aye.
Mr. Rosenthal,
Aye.
Ms. Tabaney,
Yes.
Ms. Lauer. James Zemer votes aye as well. Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you all
really
very
appreciate
much.
your work
Really
on this.
appreciate it.
Hi, Doug,
Thank you,
thanks.
Doug.
See you all.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you much. Next application is 218 West Market Street, which is the hotel that we've seen a few times. Don't see the applicant. Sorry, we're moving quick tonight, so. Jeff, would you like us to, we really only have this, and then it's on to pre-application conferences, so do you want us to
Well, is
move ahead
anyone
and
here
then
from
come
the-
back?
They are.
I would suggest, I mean,
I have a unknown attendee with a phone number, but no name. But otherwise, nobody online.
Let's just go to the next one.
yeah, I'm fine with,
Jeff, I'll call them.
Okay. Yeah, see what's,
I think it'd be important for this applicant to be present for us to have a good discussion on this, so
Well, our agenda has it
Yeah.
at 6:20, so we're early.
we are. I think we moved on ahead, so,
We're here for public comment on that one,
okay.
for that one as well. I don't know if that's relevant.
I think we'd rather you be here when the applicant's here, or to hear what you have to say.
Are we going to take it up? Or are we in abeyance, or what did you decide to do?
I think we should basically.
Bump things around.
Can we, right, we're gonna go, if we can move to the pre-application, if folks are here for 17th Street,
the applicant's
okay
here
with
for that, I
everyone?
think that's
Just-
fine.
Yeah, I just,
move it around in the schedule, or the 7th Street property, whichever, or there. Who's present from, is anyone present from 555 17th Street Northwest? No
No.
Fackerman folks? Okay. And then the 202, 204, 208 7th Street? That's you guys? Shall we move to that one? Is that okay?
Yes, it's the
So,
general.
okay, so we're gonna move to number 5 on the agenda under deferred items. Again, BAR number 25-0084, pre-application conference for 202, 204, and 208 7th Street Southwest. 204 and 208 7th Street Southwest are individually protected properties, and the project is a new multi-story mixed-use building. Again, this is a pre-application conference, so we won't be really inviting public comment or questions at this time, but have a discussion with the applicant, so. If y'all are ready and would like to.
Yeah.
Nope, now he's not ready.
nobody's ready.
John's missing.
Should we go to staff discussions and questions at 8:30 for 100, Alex?
We can, we can.
You
If
turn
you
the
would jump
agenda upside
to
down, it's
the
6.
the 517,
All right, well, I'll try.
this should be a quick one.
Did. Nobody wants to be here.
So,
Sorry, Jeff, I just.
no, that,
already
actually, I
had
looked up,
this.
is very helpful.
Yeah.
So,
I already had this, and then
we're
I had
good
it
here.
in
Alright.
your submission, your.
Just for the record, we're going to move to staff questions and discussion on 517 Lexington
So this
until we
is
have
a-
all our applicants
This is
here.
in a historic conservation district. On the left of the bottom image, left is Lexington Street. The upper, of the bottom image would be Maplewood Cemetery, and on the back is Kelly Avenue. This is a request to construct a secondary structure, primarily a garage, in the back facing Kelly Avenue, which is not in the district. And why I'm showing to you is that, well, this is other Rylanders, and, but the guideline, the ordinance allows within a historic conservation district, it used, well, the old ordinance, but we're going to correct it in a new one, was that if secondary structures that weren't, that were minor construction, I could review with the BAR chairs and approve administratively. The way the current ordinance is written here is that I can do a minor review if it's been reviewed by the BAR and you allow me to. Also, an application for an accessory building that's, then I can approve it administratively. So I just wanted to clear with you all that I was going to do this. And so go back up. Basically what this is from Kelly Ave is what you would see is this garage at the bottom left. The plan is a stucco finish or a hardy plank siding. The guidelines, if I approve it administratively, I have to rigidly apply the design guidelines, and this is nothing unusual from a secondary structure that we've approved elsewhere. It's kind of unusual. Kelly Ave is, on most things in a conservation district, we wouldn't look at what's in the backyard, but because that street is there, we do look at these things. So I'm sharing with you all that I plan to review this administratively unless there's any,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I hate to be the pain. It just seems because it is a street, that I wouldn't want to call this I mean, I could see you putting on our consent agenda, but I feel like because it is on a street and it's a primary, I mean, it's facing, it's in other people's front yards, basically.
Well, go back to
When you
the,
say, wait, Kelly Ave is not in, because we approved, we had to go through the process of approving that addition, the two-story garage that's next door.
fair enough, and that's just why I'm bringing it to you. It's we have additions on Kelly Ave. There are garages in the back. I'm looking at it as a garage, a single-story garage.
I just remember that application for the two-story ADU got a lot of comment.
I
I
agree.
don't know if, were you part of that, or was that
No.
Mary Joy?
No, Mary Joy, I remember they added a canopy when I was here, but.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this as, this is a single-story garage, and we have quite a few of them on Kelly Ave. That's how
I guess I'm just wondering, and I'll back down if no one agrees, but if it could just go on the consent agenda, so it's the opportunity for some public comment in case it becomes a thing.
That's fine, that's fine. I can advise,
I don't see why we need
I
to
mean-
bother with that, honestly.
but that would be, yeah, I think, let me get everyone's,
I think that's more complicated than it needs to be.
so go to the elevation. Really, that's the only thing I'm looking at is, go down. It's next,
It's also not,
That-
I know I'm always the one that brings up zoning and apparently doesn't know what I'm talking about, but because that's a street front, I don't think that's gonna be allowed.
it's very possible, it's very possible. And they'll have to go through, yes, but I looked at it as, we have garages back there, this is single story. It's the materials, in fact, the guidelines specifically even say put garages accessible in the back. So, it's, but
So the parcels, the entire parcel's in the historic district, but the front facade of the house faces the historic district, the back doesn't, is that right?
the backyard is within the historic district and it is visible from a street. And the ordinance does not discern streets within the district. It says visible from a public street.
Got it.
Is this more than a garage?
Doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah,
I think it is, but it doesn't matter
Okay.
in your regard.
I think I agree with Mr. Schwartz.
I tend to as well, just, it's an historic district, it's the exterior of a building, but I think consent agenda is all it needs to go to.
Okay?
I think if it's an alleyway, it would be different than if it's, because it's just, Kelly Ave is actually a street. That makes the difference in my mind.
Fair enough. And just a little for new folks on the committee, so this is in the conservation district, so the far lower bar, and I have treated things that are not primary structures separately from the secondary structure. Now, how it's going to be used, I don't know, but it's if this were a new house, I'd be looking at it differently. And if this were, as I said, over on Locust, on one of the alleys, you would never even be reviewing it. So, but, yeah, I don't, that's fine, I can advise the applicant. And is that what I'm hearing is the consensus? Okay.
I do want to say, though, that I hope this doesn't set the precedent that all things that used to be administratively approved now have to go on the consent agenda. I just want to put that down.
The only thing that's bugging me is just that Kelly Ave is a street. So it's,
When I walk down, I don't think this would be a problem, but if you think so,
I don't think it'd be
well, then why are we bothering with it?
for the sake of public comment. That's, yeah.
But
I'm
I-
being-
but if it had been administratively approved before, and we didn't think that the public was being somehow harmed by that process, why is it, do you think, that they might be harmed in this particular case?
Because we approved we had to go through a process of approving the neighboring garage.
Well,
they
but
showed us
but this is a separate entity. They don't have to be one thing like the other. But y'all have your consensus.
I would say that as of this moment, this is not on the agenda. It was on the hard copy agenda that we
Right.
found here, but it's still not on the city's website. And I know that that's not given,
Well, that's why it's a question for, you
Yeah.
know, a staff
that's why you
question.
brought it up.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, I don't think it's that much of an onus to put it on the consent agenda.
Okay, but are we setting a precedent that more things like this have to happen like that in the future? And then the public needs to know that's what's going to happen.
If there's a property that's got two fronts, I would think that that would be an acceptable precedent.
Okay? I disagree.
I respectfully disagree with Mr. Bailey, only because I don't think this board generally looks for more work. I don't think generally we overreach.
If it helps, I mean, you did, Mr. Zeller rebuilt a garage, single story, almost a shed, and you all did review it, so it's not unprecedented. I think, and we also make it clear with applicants that we look at everything individually. I think they were hoping for something, but I think they still have some zoning issues in question. They have a few steps that they have to go through. They're not a building permit right now.
Yeah, I have not seen a development plan yet.
Yeah, so,
I have a question about the process. Are they required to have different documents for administrative review versus the consent agenda?
in a conservation district, I've gotten far less. And in fact, I would even, because of what we're supposed to look at, I don't want to say I shouldn't show the front, but to say, you're looking at this back. The history of the conservation districts is such that they are intentionally meant to be a historic district light. And there was it was very intentional to have formal review only for entirely new buildings and the demolition of contributing structures. And where I've treated it is that if it's and it was in the prior ordinance, it isn't worded well in the new ordinance, but it would have been, I would have just consulted with the chairs on this one. And if they had said, yeah, this is minor. Now, the other part of that is where it's, I've had them where it like so perfectly meets the guidelines, it's almost a no-brainer. So, but there may be some questions here. I understand that. So, but no, the intent of the guidelines or of the conservation districts is to have as light as a touch as possible. And there's no different paperwork. There's for something there's no fee. For most things, no fee. But no, the paperwork. As far I don't, typically it's a homeowner doing something. It's, so it's an addition, it's like a sketch. You'll have to trust my judgment on those, I guess.
So I guess a question based on our conversation at the pre-meeting also, for something that would go through administrative review, are the neighboring property owners, well, I guess they're not informed regardless, but is it posted to the city website which would allow public comment?
There's no, it's not a real requirement for that, no.
Right, so there's a difference, I think, right? Like if it's administrative,
Permit portal, though, as an administrative
It's
review, so
right, it's not unknown, but it's, no, notices don't go out.
right, but I guess based on our conversation earlier, the notices don't go out regardless. It just getting posted to the city website as that it's on our agenda is the public notice, right? And so to Mr. Schwartz's point, the only way this would be on the public's radar is if it gets on our agenda, even if it's on the consent agenda.
Well, if it's on the agenda, then it would be posted.
Right.
But then the question comes back, why does it necessarily have to be on the public's radar? And I don't think it needs to be. But
Neighbors?
I understand
Historic
neighbors,
district.
but there are rules with regard to what neighbors are allowed to say about other people's property.
I think because it's an historic district, there's an expectation that they might have a chance to say something.
And again, like if it was a backyard, I think that would be different than this is a property that technically has 2 front yards.
Right.
I would also argue that the precedent has already been set by the other property with the ADU in the back.
Yeah. So I think there's general consensus, whether, albeit not 100%, that we'd like this to be on a consent agenda.
Is that okay? I'm sorry. I'm always causing problems.
It's not a question. I think that's what we'd like to see. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
The general consensus is.
Jeff looks,
No, I'm not, I can only do what the code tells me to or not to do. It's imperfect.
if you all on staff say that it's administrative, then that's, I guess, what has to be done, but you asked us.
Yeah. I mean, there's an awful lot of, I just want to make sure we're clear. There's a lot of inquiries from people saying, can I do this on my house? Can I, and I, will walk them through, help Mr. Bailey with some repairs at his house. We don't notify, if I had to stop the processes and, post notices and send letters and whatever for, so I try to be, just to be clear about all of these, I try to really be reasonable about, what am I looking at and how am I often say, how would I treat myself at my house? And I think that's where I go. There's not a one size fits all. And, so that's all my look is simply, I don't have a boilerplate answer for you, other than all of these are slightly different, and I do my best to treat them equally. But if I think something's going to be a problem, I don't try to gloss over it in admin. You guys will get it. I mean, it's similar to the reason I could have easily, if it helps, put tonight the 540 Park Street could have easily been on consent, given the conversation we had. But I felt that had earned some conversation, so so there.
Very
But
good.
thank you. I will get in touch with the applicant about that.
All right.
Okay.
So I think our representatives are here from 218 West Market. It's everybody present. All right, so we'll get back onto our agenda. We're still ahead. Thank you all for coming in a few minutes early.
Mr. Chair, I'm
Yes.
recusing myself from this consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All right, so 218 West Market Street. We've discussed this in several pre-application conferences, and then also we had its first official certificate of appropriateness application last month. Mr. Werner, did you want to introduce anything on this project?
I think you're all very familiar with it. I will share, I spoke with Ms. Lauer earlier today, and she sort of had asked, what expectation of her participation. I said, well, where she's comfortable, but she's not obligated to, so just so you know, I told her that. Mr. Seymour, you had asked me earlier about the note I had sent to the applicant, so I printed that. I also created some copies if anybody wanted to see what was sent, so that you could work from that. But I think that I don't want to spend too much time. I expressed in the preliminary meeting, where I think you all, the direction you should take on this, and then, but I would ask if you have any questions for me. Otherwise, I was going to hand it over to Mr. Pinio and Mr. Levine, and let's get going.
Does the BAR have any questions for staff? Okay. I'll invite the applicant to give us a presentation. If y'all could try to focus on the revisions that were requested.
Yes.
And if we can try and keep this initial presentation to the 10-minute limit.
I think I can go faster than that.
That'd be great. Okay. Thank you, sir.
So yes, so two things we did since the last hearing. One was Jeff, he pointed out all the detail that we had to get in, so we did, we submitted a ton of detail that we could go through, but we feel like we've given that. And then what we did from an architectural design is we took, I'm going to say, the 3 to 5 things that really stood out to address, and we feel we addressed them. So, Kate, if you want to flip through the beginning sheets, will show us that. And I believe Nitin's on the phone as well.
We have an extra copy of the email if you need it for any reason. Welcome to it.
So I'll let Bob speak to this more about but what we did was we heard a lot of comment about kind of more uniformity with the patterns. Bob called it ABAB or something, but I think you were kind of saying it got a little, it wasn't as symmetrical as you would like, so we feel we addressed that on both sides of the building. Bob, do you want to add anything to that, or?
Yeah, that was.
I'll go through them all, and you can circle back as when I flub or something like. So that was one on the upper portion. The next slide. This is the pattern of the. Bob, you should talk about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is related to Kate's comment
Yeah.
about the column spacing, the A, B, C. So we went through the floor plan, looked at all of the cases where it was, and created a kind of more, regular pattern of ABA, just to show that we've done that.
Thanks. Next slide. Same on the other side. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Do a lot of ABAB. Okay, so here we took a couple of things. That wall, which I said last time, it bothered me as well. We were going to sort of punt it a little bit, but we heard everyone's concern. So we added that planting bed in front. The plan, and Cheval can speak to it from Timmins, is to make those seasonal and plant those. They are pieces that you buy, so we're confident that we can install them. And then they're, a great way to make that more walkable and shield that wall, which I was personally happy with. I don't know, we didn't add the detail of the lighting that Kate spoke of. We made a note of it that we are, because we have some photometric issues we need to work on, and we need to kind of get the detail of where those will go. But it's in our submission, and we would expect that it would be approved with, that we would have to do that. And if you want us to come back and show the detail, we could. We were just at the point that I didn't want to show you something fake and just done on the fly, rather than just make a note that we do have to get to it, and we will. We added, I don't think they're all shown here, but we added trees. We comply, Carl was strong in that comment about complying with tree and tree canopy, and again, Cheval can speak to that as to how we comply in the amount, but we did add some trees. I don't think it's on this, but it's on the side of the street. So next slide. There's a tight-in shot of that wall. You can go to the end. I also, Bob, by doing that wall, didn't we get some more canopy or something? What did we do as far as the terrace? Did something change with the
Basically, we kept the front wall the way it was in plan, and recessed the porch area.
That's okay.
So that porch area now responds really well. The canopy is the same as it is, but
Right.
it used to stick out a little bit further than the canopy. Now they're basically in line.
Okay, that's okay. Next slide. We took another look at this entrance. Bobby, you could talk about the detail. I will talk from I was still really want this entrance to be what I'm going to call the cool, hip, find it entrance. I didn't want it like shockingly bells and whistles, and it's primarily for guests. We really feel strongly that anyone visiting that restaurant is going to come in off of Market if they're specifically going there, or they'll be guests of the hotel, or they'll know to get there. And those are the only people that should be using that. We just constantly went back to the preference of having the retail speak the strongest along that street. We did add, I think it's another visual, but we did add a bump out to Shield, because we heard that comment about separating, which was a great comment, about separating the driveway, more functional to the doorway, and so we bumped that out. Do you want to talk at all about other detail that we did?
Yeah, so basically, as you remember, the solid, the stair egress tower, that articulation was kind of more blank. So what we've done is incorporated more into that three-dimensional, two-story brick facade. So we bumped that out, we made that stair open, we added more light, we added another large window into that stairwell. So the idea is to, continue the focus on the retail feeling of the street. So that base has now been enlarged, it's been pulled out, there's more detail, the canopy is where it is, but now there's a little bit of a recess, so we separated it from the entrance to the garage portal. And then we've done other things like taking this idea of the planter, and that's the back of house entrance to the garage. So incorporating some of those elements so that the building reads, has the same elements on both sides. But again, the main focus for us was continuing to make the pedestrian experience as far as retail and connectivity, that was our primary focus.
Right. Right, we did make it a little more grand by adding that window, sort of went double, and then a big focus was to that back of the house. Now with that landscaping and view, doesn't become like this one little dark thing to walk by. And did we talk? I don't know if you noticed it it might be this prior slide, but how we brought the column out. Yeah, we brought that column out to separate those two. We toyed with it. We wanted to make it definitive enough but subtle enough, and also we were just conscious awareness of sight lines. So that's whether we plant next to it, I think that's to be determined. But we thought we captured some of the BAR, or with BAR's concern about separating those two elements. Next slide. This is the landscape.
We addressed Carl's brought up comments about the Market Side Street, where we brought in more trees now. We meet our street requirements. Jeff and I, Mr. Warner and I talked about the ginkgo on the old Preston side, where there's plenty of precedence on the downtown mall for the ginkgo century, so we feel that's the appropriate tree on that side as well. So we were able to bring in more trees into the old Market Street side here.
And we confirmed that the trees we're using are compliant with the context, right? Because that was a question last time.
Yes.
This is some of the detail. We can take questions on that later, but it's just more of the detail of the landscape. Next slide. Next slide. And then I think we go into a ton of detail information, which we're here to answer any questions. A lot of we brought the materials last time. We had a box of the actual material to feel. So a lot of the stuff was either further detail, and we also, I think, for Carl's, we did change the material on the screening on the roof because we knew that was important. I guess really less cheesy, so, that's my technical term. So that's what we have. I mean, we are appreciative of everything we've received from the BAR, and a lot of time we think we have a great project. So we're hoping for a positive vote today for approval so we can continue.
You got 2 more seconds. All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Levine. I appreciate that. All righty. Do we have any questions from the public? We'll get to that in just a moment, yes. Any question, anybody online? Sorry.
No hands raised.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the BAR?
I had a question. Is this on? Hello.
Well-
I had a question about the bed width for the trees on the streetscape. If you happen to know off the top of your head the bed width of the street tree
Which side? Marcus?
planters on the Preston side.
Old Preston side, that is going to be, I believe, about 5 to 7 feet. I think that's we're still in design development a little bit
Okay.
of those areas, obviously, so.
Yeah, and welcome, by the way, I know you're, so one thing that we went through last time, is we've got utilities with stormwater we have in that sidewalk, so it's making a little tight, but we had to combine the greenscape along with the sidewalk and respect the utilities underground, so that kind of,
That makes sense.
We're not able to take the trees to the street side because of the stormwater
Right.
systems and utilities and all that. So that's why we chose the ginkgo for that. We brought that closer to the building, and brought some more green. And it creates a green wall when you're looking off of the mall versus kind of an alley style
Yeah.
approach.
I had a question. One of the comments that sent to y'all was the location and material for the control joints. Bob, did you show those somewhere, or could you describe those?
They're in they're on the page 30, well, our presentation.
There it is.
Page 32 of our. On the far right. That's the expansion joint.
I guess I was curious, I guess I was looking more for where they're going to be on the facade of the building.
If you look at the elevations, all the elevations clearly show where,
Okay.
it's part of the.
Just on the line drawings?
Yeah, on the line. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So sort of in that big gray block, on the sort of right-hand side there? Go back a slide.
Anywhere you see a line,
It's gonna-
there's lines at the floors, there's line,
Okay.
There's a vertical expansion joint at the windows.
Yep,
It's pretty good.
okay, thank you. I guess it's a question. You talked about the ginkgos. Any concern that they're almost too close to the building? I understand, like, you've got utility conflict, but they sort of mask the windows of the retail space that you're trying to provide there, and it kind of hides it and screens it. So I just didn't know if you had concerns with that, or if there's,
We're limited in what we can do in that
Yeah.
space, so
Yeah.
we're trying to bring in trees in
Yeah.
there, and again, it was a common design choice to bring into the space.
yep, okay.
my belief is it might be two retailers, probably one, so with the right signage, and it's not gonna be this kind of row where there's 4 or 5 entrances, and so you gotta find them all, so and there's really only one place, so we select an entrance, and if we make that with the right signage, the trees won't have an effect, and I don't, again, the retailers will have to adjust, but it's not also something like a window shopping where it's gonna have to pop with a mannequin and someone needs to see something. So we show it because we like it, because it's kind of like that downtown-y feel of, and it's not, pardon my French, Stonefield, where it's just just kind of, and I, again, going to I kind of like a little bit of that hidden feeling, like you're finding something, so, and I'll add one more thing, we also, with the pocket park, I think being associated, I think you're gonna have a big, pop there as well for customers to get down Preston.
A follow-up question on that, you've got the minimum installed size is a 2-inch caliper. What's the typical height of a 2-inch caliper ginkgo?
Great question, off the top of my head. It's gonna be
Range.
about It should be about 10 to 12 feet, if I
Okay.
remember correctly, yeah, if you're thinking.
Okay.
So, they'll be small to start out.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? I'm not trying to rush anybody. This is important stuff.
Did the stucco joint on page 32 have a dimension? I didn't see that.
I was afraid you were gonna ask for it. It's a stow detail, you know, so I can get you that, but this is the manufacturer's detail, so if I had to scale it, it looks like somewhere between 5/8 and 3/4 of an inch. But that's the, you know, I don't think we have flexibility on that, but I can get you that if you like.
And can you remind us of the thickness of the stucco product?
It's about 1 1/8 inch.
Inch and an eighth cementitious material.
Yeah, it's effectively a three-coat masonry product. While it's a stove product, and I don't know if you recall, but last time I bought the, you know, it's a wire lad, scratch coat, brown coat.
Gotcha.
It's a real masonry stucco product with the elastomeric coat. That's why stoves sell.
And that would be, the detail I was looking at said it's the vertical joint detail. Oh, no, that was the brick I was looking at. Never mind. So that detail would be vertical and horizontal?
Yeah. It's a different detail in that right there, that detail right there is specifically for floor, you know, expansion. So there's allows for flexibility if the floor system changes. And there'll be a vertical one, you don't even have flashing from the cock joint.
Just a cock joint?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have that shown in your application?
I don't.
Okay.
I can get that for you. And Nitin is on the line, let me see if I can get him to call that out.
Page 31 shows the vertical joints.
Oh, does it?
It shows it right next to a window, but there's a,
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Another question. The window detailing, I saw that you included that, but I didn't see any dimensions of the jamb depth or sill depth. Is that something you have available?
Let me see if I can get that from you. We did bring the sample, the window profile.
I remember the window profile, but I don't think there was not brick, you know, we were, I think someone had a comment last time about the depth of that window assembly relative to the outside of the brick, just to understand the sort of depth of that facade.
Page 29 shows the brick return at the openings. It's not dimensioned, but there is some relief there.
and maybe a more general question would be, the windows that are in brick, are they going to be recessed into the brick so that we see something like the returns on here, or are they going to be more flush with the brick?
I mean, this sort of suggests that there is a return, so is that the intent?
Yes.
And it looks like the windows in the stucco are flush with the stucco, the plane of the stucco, is that correct?
That, I'm gonna have to, they're close to, but I believe there's a recess, that the windows are set back to a certain degree. These aren't flamed windows. So the capacity to set them back is there. To what degree, I'm gonna have to double check with Nick here.
The detail you provided doesn't show a stucco return at the openings.
On the center image there for the sill, is it typical for that, I'll call it vertical face of that brick to tilt outward like that? Okay, I'm asking my architect colleagues up here.
I mean, it's a
It's kind of a tr-
imitation of Rolox, so.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are we still in questions?
We're still in questions.
I'm sorry, Nitin's on the phone, so Nitin, if you have any of those answers, just speak up, and if you have the answer and you have the drawing, I mean, we could put it up or submit it, or just let us know.
Could the applicants talk into the microphone so people know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nitin, I was just saying if you're, I'm sorry?
He's ready.
Oh, okay. Nitin, I was just saying, any of these questions that fall more into your purview, just speak up and throw the answer out there. And if there's some drawing that needs to go with it, if we have it, we can send it, or...
I think we have most of drawings regarding the details. The windows, they are not flushed with the exterior, they are recessed in. As you can see in this particular detail, the thin brick actually, they have these sections which will imitate roll-off bricks, and wherever there is a recess, there are corners available, and so that we can handle all those. It doesn't look like it is stuck on the sides of the windows. It looks real. These are pin windows, so after nailing the pins onto the framing, there will be the stucco coming out by a few, not a whole lot, but I would say probably around 2 inches, and it will turn. So they are not really flush to the exterior. There are details, I believe, for the stucco also. I don't know exactly about, have you incorporated that? I think I did share those also for the window sill. But if you don't have it, we can always share that.
Yeah, whatever you gave us, this is in that package.
So it should be in that. It's very similar to this, except there are flashings coming out of the window bottom, and that's part of the stucco system they will provide to treat the window returns on the side. There you go on the left hand side. You see that seal and jam detail on the left top. So you see at the bottom there is a end dam flashing which comes out, but there is a return after you put the framing.
I don't think it is a do or die thing, but when I look at that detail, that's not a stucco return. If I'm looking at the detail that we've got up on the screen right now, if anything.
No, I was trying to show the bottom, the sill detail.
Yes, the sill projects a little bit. But as I said, I don't think there's a problem with having a difference between openings in masonry wall and openings in the stucco. I think that's not unusual.
Right.
So just looking at this section, the framing would be this, if the framing is the same and the window is the same, you've got the brick, so picture that detail with stucco, you're naturally going to get a return back.
All right, so it's not going to be like the detail that the Stowe
right
section showed.
Yeah, the framing and the window are the same. take away the brick and and replace it with stucco, that you'd get a return on the head, on the jambs and the head.
Well, the framing is right behind the thin brick. What you're seeing there is just blocking.
I think you're seeing the subsec, the wall framing, the sheathing, and all of the sub-assemblies. So replace the brick with the stucco. Stucco's about the same, if not even a little bit thicker than the brick. So it would have that same return.
Okay.
Therefore, the window would recess.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just not showing that anywhere, but yep.
So is there a difference between the previous slide where it's got the flanged window versus the recessed window? Let's go up.
I mean, I think these slides are just to show the stow system. We're not supposed to.
No, I'm talking about that was this.
Yeah, that's a flanked window.
Yeah.
Okay.
So where are these two
Yeah, so where are
details
these?
shown? Where are we looking? Where are we?
I guess that's just because this, it's almost like there's a double step for the recessed window and just a single step for this flange window.
Did you guys say that this one does not apply?
And I'm going to count on you to help us here.
Yeah, we're trying to get a sense of, you're showing both a flanged window that's flush with brick, and then you're showing a window that has a brick return, so that there's a recessed opening in the masonry. And we just want to make sure we know what's being suggested here.
That was a good question.
So on 28, it's
Right.
flush, and on 29, there's a 1.5 reveal.
I'd also point out that if you go to the renderings, it looks like there's actually many more conditions in the renderings that are not shown in the details. I see a flush brick condition. I see a deep return. I see a stuck window. Some have the sill, the kind of tilted sill detail, some don't. So I'm just, I think it would be helpful to have a little bit more clarity on all the different, I'm sure there's probably three window conditions that we should probably be seeing before.
So just make absolutely sure I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing. And this was, so we've got a return here of a certain depth, windows are punched, if you will. Windows are punched, there's a depth to them, so it's that. And there's various places, it's various depths, but it's being able to discern that as shown, these are not flush, as shown, we assume these are punched, but wants certainty to what that depth is.
That's correct. And if you go to the old Preston side, it looks like there's more. That's what I'm looking at right now. It's sheet 14, for example. So there's the very deep return there. And then if you look above the brick, that looks to be a punched opening above the canopy. And then there's above the garage, that looks like a different depth. I'm just saying that I think there's some conditions we're not seeing in detail.
Kate, do you feel comfortable with the idea that they're there and the idea of detailing this entire building with all of these? So there's one thing which is, I think the problem is that the level of specificity when we're getting, so a building can fall apart at the detail level. We all get that. But the idea that there are different conditions, they're shown three-dimensionally, they're shown design intent. The certificate of appropriateness is that an appropriate setting for the window. Now the idea is how that gets done. That's a lot of work and a lot of, my fear is that from an architect's perspective, speaking architect to architect, sometimes it takes time to really fully flesh out these details, and you get better as you go, assuming that the hand who's doing it understands that, the requirement, but it's embedded in the drawings, the intent is there, that you're right, some of the windows are flush, some of the windows are recessed. The whole idea is that that's the design intent. Resolution of those details is a lot that we could spend a lot of time and effort, and it's coming. My big question is this the right time to get into those details? I'm sure Jeff is saying, how am I going to review these? We do know that it's set back. We do know that there's different window conditions. There needs to be an appropriate detail that's drawn, that's commiserate with the design intent. But I always feel like there's, within time, and Nitin's a very good detailer, within time, these details will and should be resolved. At this point, design intent, to your point, is true, but how far do we go to try to resolve all of these details? And I would almost argue it's contrary to good building, because you need the time, good building design, you need time to flush these details out with the manufacturer, all those kind of things. So that's my advocacy of the design intent is there, we need time, the process needs time to evolve so that the details are done correctly. Yeah. Yep.
I'll ask you.
I'll ask you a question.
I'm putting on this, I'd rather ask it, but is the intent that they're going to be kind of stacked, that they're going to have different, or are they all one way and we just put two things on there by accident?
No, the design intent is that masonry openings are different than masonry stucco openings.
And I think that's all we're asking for right now. We're not asking you to detail the windows.
Inches, yeah.
But you've shown two different conditions in brick, one of which I would find objectionable. And but what you've said is that you are going to have returns at the masonry openings, and you are going to make a distinction. And I mean, if that's as much as I would want out of this right now.
Yeah, I think in my mind, we have to give them definitiveness of what our intent is. So if our intent is to have those in variation and we went for final build and they were all the same, we would not be of that intent. So I just want to make sure that because you're right, we can go through every window and detail each one differently.
Yeah.
But
In this iteration and the previous one, we have 30 slides of renderings of up close, and that's the design intent.
Okay.
That is a distinct difference between the upper floors and the
I'm
masonry.
trying to follow along on the detail, and I didn't know if it was like a gotcha, like you put two things there.
No.
And they were saying like, well, you gave me two windows and you shouldn't have given me two windows, but you're saying they're different and you just we have it detailed where exactly.
Right. Yep.
I think the confusion might be that the details you gave us, you have the flange window in there, and it sounds like that's not actually, I think it was page 28, is not actually, you didn't intend to put that in there, is I think what we're understanding.
Well, that's the question.
Yeah, so I'm going to refer to Nitin. The flange window would work. Nitin, you want to approach this?
Yeah, I have been informed by the contractor we are working with closely. He would like to use the flange windows. So it will be a flange window. And you're right, the amount of return shown in the window sill detail for the brick is not exactly what it should be. There will be a little less return. There will be some return because once you put the flange on the framing, there will be some build-up of the brick and the moisture drainage system behind it, and that is the extent of return we're going to get. We're not going to get a whole lot of return where the roll-off is shown completely coming out. There will be roll-off, but it will not be as much as it is shown in the detail.
Okay, most of the renderings show a pretty deep reveal, and I think that's where we're struggling.
Oh, the front ones are columns coming out. Are we talking about those? Are we talking about, because
there's
those are not really.
There looks like there's sort of almost one brick, like for the windows where we do have the deep return, there's a brick border, if you will, around the window, it seems. And that perhaps, to me, I was reading where the flange window might be the one that's over the Preston Street entrance, where it seems more flush, that one. Perhaps the workout room may be. And then there's some that looked like on the first floor, I guess first floor on the Preston Avenue side, maybe are the more flush or flange windows, but I was reading the others as recessed. So I think it might be beneficial to really call out it could just simply be marking up like, windows number 1 are flanged, windows number 2 are recessed, or something to Roger's
I think I can
point.
provide some clarity, because if you see this rendering right here, see how the column lines are sticking out? There's a significant depth in that column.
Yeah.
So there's no way that, even if you have a flange window, you could nail something to the side of it and create the flange, but you're always going to have a big brick return.
Correct.
So that's all the column lines on the main floor. So that takes care of that entire lower floor. Now go up to the Preston side, you're still on the Preston side, you're up on the second floor. It's the same condition. Those windows are recessed back. Now, Nitin, we might need a nailing flange or something like that to help secure the window, but you're still going to be recessed back. The columns are going to be expressed. Now you go to the third floor. It's the same thing. Those windows are recessed. That's a masonry open with a punched opening that's recessed back significantly.
So the windows above the garage door, are those?
I would say it's the same thing.
Okay.
We're returning, and I think we can almost, so this is a question or a task for Nitin to figure out.
Bob?
Yep.
Those windows above the entry to the garage, those 2 columns are actually extending out of the, just like the other column. So that creates a recessed opening there, and that's why they recess. But that's not a typical condition everywhere. That's just one exceptional condition where we have that effect. But rest of those areas, we have vertical columns coming out, and then we have the windows which are not really recessed because the thickness of the brick itself will be outside the fence, and the moisture drainage system, whatever is required at inch, and the brick thickness, probably the whole thing will be around 3 inches. It will be recessed by that much. But beyond that, we are not using the windows which will be recessed inside, but these will be the flange windows.
I apologize to follow up because the audio is a little bit not great. Well, did you ever provide the type of windows? Because I'm seeing this and reading it as storefront, but when you say a flanged window, now
We
I'm
have
wondering.
the sample.
Yeah, the last.
Yeah, these are the
Wasn't it-
Intis windows.
Intis, okay, so that is, all right, that's not storefront, okay.
So
It reads like storefront in a way, but
Yeah.
it's,
let me,
Okay, thank you, that, I couldn't remember if that was
These are actually pretty high quality composite windows.
So let me just direct in the guidelines under new construction for doors and windows, traditionally designed openings generally are recessed on masonry buildings and have a raised surround on frame buildings. So I think that obviously this intent here is a masonry, so those buildings would be punched. I think just if it helps from where I am as staff, unless it's indicated, I mean, I'm not concerned if this is 2 inches or 2.5 or 3.5, but the intent is that they are either punched or flush. So that's where I think I'd like some clarification that if applying the guidelines, these should all be punched, have some level of recess, but it sounds like there are some flush windows. So
I'm sorry, do the guidelines include, like, any material needs to be punched?
if it's a
Even stucco?
masonry, whereas if it were framed, it would have the trim would, project out, like around where the siding comes in. So for a masonry building, yes, we would assume a punched opening.
And stucco would be considered masonry?
Again, that's just
to-
the guideline, but
Yeah,
that's,
and then I want to clarify, I thought I heard the applicant, at least the applicant on the phone, say that they were not planning to use the row lock detail with the sill. Did anybody else hear that?
Oh, no. We will use the roll-off detail on the sill. That thin brick system comes with that roll-off detail. It will not be as deep as it is shown. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's part of our hang-up, is that perhaps the rendering is showing one thing that you're saying is not the intent. We're still in the questions section.
I wonder if we should let the public talk.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. I just want to honor our process. And does anybody have any other? I think we have discussed that, the window detail, and maybe we can comment more on it when we get to comments. But any other questions on other topics from the BAR? Good. Okay. So now we will invite the public to comment. I think we have some folks from the public. Please step up, state your name and your address, please.
My name's Dina Gould. I have an address in the city on 10th Street and an address in Free Union, 5245 Catterton Road. So I'm the executive director of Lighthouse, located next to the 218 Hotel Build. And I understand the BAR makes decisions based on design, not safety and noise. But by approving this design, you are approving a garage door placement, which is right next to Lighthouse's accessibility ramp for the Vinegar Hill Theater and our theater door entrance. I attended the November meeting when you determined that a redesign of the 218 hotel was necessary. On January 13th, I asked Jeff Levine for an update, and he said it would take a few days to get back to me, and he never did. Fast forward to May 30th, Mike Stoneking, Lighthouse's architect advisor, reached out to Bob Pino, asking about the proximity of the new build's garage door to our theater, and Bob needed to check on this. Mike did not hear back from him. On June 5th, I reached out to Jeff and asked for a meeting the week of June 9th, and I received a reply telling me that the meeting was premature. However, on Friday, the 13th, Jeff suggested meeting tomorrow morning, the morning after asking you for approval. The garage door placement is not safe every day and throughout the day. Our students ages 8 to 21, teachers, staff, and theater attendees exit our theater door and turn right to access the mall. They will be forced to immediately navigate cars entering and exiting the hotel. Kristen has some photos for visual reference. Our accessibility ramp is located beside our theater and right next to the hotel's garage door, and is used by individuals in wheelchairs as well as attendees. The November hotel design showed one garage door located on Old Preston, a side street. Today's design shows another one located on a dangerous street curve where accidents happen. At this time, you are not allowed to exit left or right from the Artful Lodger parking lot on Market Street. My understanding is that there is a Charlottesville City planning and design goal to not allow large vehicular openings on primary streets. Furthermore, as this driveway descends the garage, it will create a fall hazard along our handicap wheel access path. Our theater is much more likely to suffer from the sounds of busy car entrance-exit given the garage door placement. This might make our theater inoperable, which would result in a major revenue loss for us, but basically also a loss of a Charlottesville landmark. Vinegar Hill has been around since '76, and we recognize the importance to our community, and we agreed to keep it going. We hold approximately 100 events annually, and last year we gave $47,000 back to our community via discounted rentals and sponsorships that otherwise would not have been, our different folks coming would not have been able to afford. So thank you for taking a second look at the hotel's garage door location when you make your decision about the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gould. All right. Are there any other comments from the public? No. Anybody? I think the applicant can, let's see, how do we do that? Do we comment? Okay. I think we'll do comments from the BAR. Any thoughts in particular on the public comment about this garage entrance off of not Old Preston, excuse me, Market Street? And maybe, Kate, if you could pull up the design showing that part of the facade.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Market Street side. Okay.
Sorry, I went back to the previous application.
Okay.
There were more renderings than this. So this is from the May 20 packet.
I have a question for the board. Where are the guidelines for like pedestrian crossings? Is that in zoning or it is in zoning? Okay.
I mean, yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think this is a thing where, I mean, we can push for, you know, we can say whether a garage door is appropriate on a facade or not. I think as far as our guidelines are concerned, that's the most appropriate place for a garage. Now, as far as being a good neighbor and whatnot is concerned, I don't know. I think zoning is going to end up looking at if that garage can be there or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure by zoning it can, except that they're also going to be looking at that point, that's going to be considered a ground floor, and they're going to have to get some exceptions. I think they're going to have to get some exceptions. I don't know for sure on, you know, windows and whatnot in that ground floor right there, because it's already, they won't treat the main level as a ground floor by the time you get so far over there, because the ground is sloped or dropped off so much. So I don't know how zoning's going to take this. And I guess to speak to zoning, because I know I've brought this up before, I think we're going to pretend that we're just going to, you know, approve based on our guidelines. And I've asked Jeff Warner if you guys have to get an exception or something, even if it ends up being administratively approved, if we could at least, someone could tell us. I don't know if it has to come back to us, but at least so that we, you know, are aware of what's going on. Because it sounds like you guys still need to go through the whole development process.
Yeah, I mean, I will say public, I dislike the characterization that Ms. Gould painted, because I've been in communication for years with her and trying to be cooperative, and any conversation before going through this whole process is premature. You should know that operationally that garage door stays closed. It's all valet. It's not a residential where people are coming in and out. Part of our conversation tomorrow was going to be about logistics, was going to be how we can work that out and how that maybe even be a benefit to her operation, is permitting additional parking and some other things. So I think this characterization of we're just kind of putting up a driveway and ignoring them is a very mischaracterization of and Al and I both met with her on separate occasions, and even suggested to support her lighthouse. So I took objection to that.
Great.
Should we just kick off comments? Or?
Yeah, I think so. I think Carl's points are well taken, that it's kind of a zoning question. I don't, you know, from the BAR perspective, it's the exterior of the building, certainly, but I do agree that seems to be the best place for a garage entrance. I think I would certainly strongly recommend painting a pedestrian crosswalk across that driveway. and any sort of other safety features that could be implied there, lighting, things like that. But I don't think it's on the function of the building and where parking comes in is up to the designer. So yes, I think we can talk about unless anybody else has other thoughts on that particular topic. Okay.
I can kick us off if.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess, again, to respond to the garage door, I mean, it does seem like that is, as far as our guidelines are concerned, you've put it in the lowest location, which I think is preferable. You have made some changes to the streetscape. It's small changes, but I think they do make a big difference. So I appreciate that. I think the last couple meetings I've picked this to death, and I think you guys have. I think you've responded as well as you can, and you push back where you've had to push back. So in general, I'm feeling more comfortable with this. Again, if stuff ends up changing, I guess it's going to come back to us. So, if things don't work out in the site plan process or the development plan process, then we'll end up seeing it again. I will say so the renderings do show a lot of detail, and I appreciate that detail. And I just, however you guys figure out how to make it work with the thin brick, just as long as that, I realize that cornices may change profiles, and you may have belt courses in different locations, whatever else. But if that same level of detail comes back or ends up in the final product, that's what I'd like to see. I think with those caveats and lighting is going to come back to us. I think I'm actually okay, ready to approve this tonight.
I just want to insert, just so everyone out there is clear, yeah, that this is a prior elevation. There's some, yeah, okay. More to the audience, yeah, I know, and.
Well, maybe let's find
let's flip back.
Page 108 is
I was
good.
pivoting for the applicant.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
We can go to the line drawing.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to offer a comment that might be helpful in your discussions. So, and I had alluded to this briefly at the end of the last meeting, but ginkgo are, they're no longer on the tree list as, it's really odd too, the camera, there's a delay, but the ginkgos are, they're not on the tree list as a recommended, but they are not on the list as a prohibited. And I know there was, so the point I raised at the last meeting is that I understand the intent that we don't want invasives, and there's some concern about monocultures, but there are situations where a sentinel ginkgo is the perfect tree, and I think that this is where I would ask if you are thinking about that, then a statement of that specifically would be helpful, because when it goes to the site plan and suddenly somebody says, well, this isn't on the tree list, or this is that, that's where I say, well, the BAR has purview to review the landscape design. These are, and this is the design intent, is that that type of tree there to serve that purpose. So I just want to not lose that in the mix, if that is helpful. Thank you.
Can I say something here?
Is it about the ginkgo tree?
It is about the windows. I just got the confirmation that we can use the punched windows where the bricks are used to have them recessed. I just wanted to let everybody know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's going to be our next topic.
Yeah, I mean, Well, Jeff, just to follow up on that real fast, if the city comes back and they can somehow magically move all of their sewer lines out of the way, and we can get some real trees, that would be fantastic, but I don't think the applicant's going to be able to do that, so I just don't want to.
I know. I'm trying to
Preclude that.
suspend disbelief on some things. It makes me sleep better,
Can
but
we-
I agree.
Can we, on the ginkgos, can we require male ginkgos as opposed to female ginkgos?
Yes, that's always the case.
Good.
That's the whole point.
Thank you.
For what it's worth, I'm very pro ginkgo.
Yeah, I think the applicant's done a good job of being responsive, and again, small changes, but they've improved it. I'm sorry we got sort of hung up on the returns of windows, but I think it's an important point, because these elevations didn't really start to feel great until we saw some of the recesses, I guess 2 times ago. And it's sort of, to Carl's comment, there's a lot of detail here, and the architectural details aren't really showing the detail that I'm seeing in the renderings. And the renderings look like very intentional, and the way the windows are treated are a big part of that. So, you know, I'm on board with this if we can have it look like these renderings.
So what does that require? Detail submission?
You know, again, we can't ask for this building to be detailed at this point. It's really just a matter of intent, that there's
Yeah.
the agreement that masonry openings will be punched. I would be of the mind that, yes, stucco is a masonry product, but I'm okay with that being a more flat, sort of abstracted surface, which is kind of what the renderings show, as long as the masonry openings have a deep recess.
I think we've characterized it on, I think some entrance corridor stuff at least, has been characterized as reasonably consistent with the renderings. I don't know, you're Mr. Motion, but something that would direct me to refer to the renderings relative to that depth. I'd be comfortable with that. And I think if anything, if it's okay to have those upper story windows flush, say so, but if some level of recess is necessary, say so. Some general guidance, and I would at least hope they would not be proud. I hope these would not be projecting.
Well, that's another design intent, but yeah.
I mean, looking at the renderings, to my eye, most of the punch windows where we have brick are recessed. With exception of, again, potentially the one right over the Preston Avenue entrance, and then some on the Market Street side, kind of to the left of the front door, and maybe the ones that kind of separate the lobby and the little dining area. Though even those, the ones at the dining, I think they're recessed. So it seems to me like that maybe the confusion is that the detail shows a flush brick or a flange with the brick, but that doesn't seem like what they're showing in the rendering, that mostly the flush is more with the stucco. Is that what I'm reading right? Is that what y'all are reading?
And actually, when we zoom in on the renderings, there is a little bit of a return on the stucco as well. So maybe I should retract what I was saying.
But the stucco
about the flush
detail is the stucco detail, right?
I'm just curious if the renderings aren't the best vehicle for analyzing building details, and if it would be helpful for the applicant to provide like a elevation markup that indicates each window condition, if there's like 3 or 4 conditions. And that doesn't mean that they need to detail every condition, but just to indicate where those conditions occur and what the depth is of the return.
No, that's kind of what I was alluding to, with sort of like a markup, like type 1, type 2.
Yeah,
A, B,
exactly,
C,
just like a
where you already
diagram.
use AB, so maybe
Well,
different.
Or, I think what we've asked for in the past is, we've asked for wall sections, but we don't necessarily care about the guts of the wall section. It's more of just that outer profile of knowing what we're going to get. And I think, I mean, it's been a while since we've gotten one of those, but it's also, well, no, we've had some big buildings in between. I mean, I don't know if that's something that, I mean, I don't know if that's something that they could just send to Jeff.
That's
that
what I
he
was
could
gonna-
confirm that, yeah, this looks like what we were talking about. I don't know, Jeff, what are you comfortable with?
I'm comfortable with a, say how I interpret the renderings, and I agree, this has always been the challenge of where we have a rendering and then an elevation and a section, and none of them align. But I think that the intent of the guidelines is, we have stucco as a masonry material, and the windows should be punched. And so, so I would say, is there agreement on that? And then the extent to which my primary concern is the upper floor. And I will express my opinion on this, but I feel like the EPIS and stucco, whatever the material is, whatever the building is, in this building or another building, when we have those flush sort of windows on the upper floors, it just has that generic hotel look. I think so the idea, I'm primarily concerned that upper floors, those windows are punched. You all can stipulate that it, maybe be a full brick course or a half brick course or a certain thickness, but it doesn't necessarily matter to me as long as they, if they come back and show those as flush, I'm going to say, we got to go talk to the BAR, unless you want to stipulate something differently.
Fine with that. I mean, that's how they're showing in the rendering, so.
Yeah, can I just, we're not looking for any, like, wiggle room or anything. We have an intent of what we're doing in recess. I think the only thing we might be is whether that's 2 inches, 3, exactly what window by window. But what I'm hearing from Jet, if we meet that intent and they're all recessed and we have that series laid out, I think we can work through that. And we're okay with an approval of, it looks like, but it doesn't have this flush or something. Because again, we're not trying to move off that. I just think we need time to detail exactly what each window condition is. If that makes sense.
I guess I'm not seeing the like punched stucco detail anywhere. That's my concern. I agree with you that should happen, and I think that would make it a better building.
We agreed too.
Okay.
How about this, a 2-inch recess on the stucco?
Can it match the brick? I don't know what the dimension of the brick is either. I would love to see dimensioned, some
The stucco.
typical, just the brick detail depth. It'd be great if it matched that. It looked like it was about right.
Yeah.
But I still don't know what the dimension is.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think it's a pretty simple thing here is that we have really 3 conditions. We have the stucco, let's say that's 2 inches, just confirm that, so the window plane is 2 inches set back from the face of the plane of the stucco. When it comes to windows that are planar with the brick, we'll do 3 inches or a full brick back. And then if you look at the Preston side, there's, I don't know if I explained this right, but there is there is no flush, there's very few flush window details because there's a column line that sticks out and then the window is recessed, 1 or 2 feet back from that. So it's only the window that's above the garage and potentially some of the windows on the upper floors. But the way the articulation of the structure is, those windows by design are recessed back, so.
But there is a kind of a brick element that's more or less flush with the window, it looks like. I mean,
so-
I'm not gonna
Yeah, so.
There's like a border.
to death.
There's a border that it's along that vertical edge of the,
Yeah.
after you take the
But
big step back.
it appears
Right.
to be like recessed. quite
Yeah, so
far,
I
a
think the
foot or
design
two.
intent and what Nitin, I think, just alluded to was if there was an idea of a flange window, now we don't need to do that, so the flange doesn't need a nailer. So therefore, the brick, the window, the brick plane goes back perpendicular to the front of the building, and the frame sits right next to it. So just this window right here, you see it next to the door? You know, that retail side? So the brick.
This one?
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, so now look at the jam.
So that's
that-
coming flush to this
Yeah,
column, if you will. but
Exactly.
Up
Yeah,
here,
there, yeah.
you've got
Yeah.
a border, if you will.
Yeah.
Right.
So that would be that flush detail. We'd have to work on that, and I almost question the idea that's brick material anyway. Why not extend it? I think we were working on that when we used that ABA,
Okay.
because the thickness was a little bit different.
So maybe like fill that space with the window.
Maybe fill that space with a window
I
and get
think- I
rid
like
of
that
that.
better.
Yeah. So I would say, you know, just to, you know where I'm coming from, trying to move this along, but the idea would be the design intent is drawn here, let us work on it. We will meet the design intent, but generally speaking, the windows are recessed in the stucco by 2 inches. They're recessed where they can, where they're planar, when you don't have an abutting column, by the width of a brick. That would be the design intent. So if you go back, can you go to the front elevation? That happens a lot more at this elevation because we don't have a column line that engages in the facade. So those windows would be recessed to, you know, the design intent would be for a thickness of a brick.
Which is 3 inches?
Yeah, 3 to 4 inches. I
Thickness
think.
of a real brick, because you're proposing thin brick here, so.
Yeah, but they come with a,
I
they come with a
understand, but
return.
like, just to be
Yeah.
clear, because I think what we're hoping to do is word this into a motion.
Right.
So if we can get there, that'll be a good thing.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing on the stucco, a 2-inch recess.
Yep.
On the planar windows, the depth of a brick, we'll say roughly 3 inches.
Roughly 3 inches. The thickness of the pre-made, they make these corners, so they don't make the corner that goes back, you know, it would be the size of that
Okay.
corner return.
And then you said there's a third situation.
Then the third one takes care of itself because it's where those column line, when the window butts into a large column line.
So
On the present
it
side.
fills the column bay. The window fills the column bay. There's no
Right.
return.
Right.
So where we've treated this in the past is that I would ask in the motion that that you're acknowledging that this is a punched opening, and I apologize if that's not the perfect word, but, and that, the intent, the intent is a full brick or approximately 2 inches at the stucco openings, and that the applicant will provide a detail for the BAR record. And similar what we did over at 600 West Main, where there was the stucco detail on the, at the ground level. There was, and the point being is that detail then you accept it into the record, or you can also say, no, this isn't what we heard, but it allows an approval of this design so they can move forward. And then if this detail at the window becomes 2 1/4 or 1 5/8, we're not stuck saying, oh my gosh, this isn't 2 inches, I gotta say no. So, or if when that information is provided and we accept it for the BAR record, there is time for some discussion.
Now, I'm going to offer that they provide a diagram showing the locations of the typical details matching the design intent. Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
You're still in the comments phase, Jerry. You got anything ready? Anything else? All right. I'll try a motion.
I had one other suggestion on the motion.
Okay.
There'll definitely need something for that decorative gate on the mall side. I think it's an interesting design element. It's not I'm not suggesting the BAR say it must look like this, but if the BAR feels like that, it's an interesting design, I don't know the right word for it, it would be helpful, because that's not the zoning, that is something that the zoning would say, that's a fence and you can't have it. It would require some sort of exception.
Does
If the
anybody
BAR did like
have
it.
objections to that fence as designed?
Right.
No.
Because we could word it as such that the BAR has no objection to the fence as designed or shown.
Yeah, I don't know. Just like everything else, you go looking for it and it's not there, but it is that.
It was in the May
20, which is,
Yeah.
I feel like I saw it.
sort of like.
Exactly.
Anybody? Does anyone object to what they saw? If so, you're welcome to. Too quirky?
Is that the representation that we have up there? Or is
Well, we were shown it in our last meeting.
Page 110 of our packet.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I don't think this packet has a tight shot because it wasn't amended.
I can go back to the other,
It's page 12 of the series of renderings that they have.
at the end.
There it is.
I think they do have a zoom in if you go a
I
little
have a zoom
further.
in, yeah.
It's the,
On page.
Right there.
Page 12.
There's a closer one on 12.
My page numbers are not your page numbers.
What do you want us to?
no, but
is it a
they're
gate
labeled
or-
on the, like in the black space on the side of the image.
Thanks, there we go. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There we go. Thanks,
Is-
guys.
That's it.
Yep.
Is there a reason it has to be so high? Could it be lowered? Like potentially to where the break in the pattern is somewhere?
Yeah, there's no reason outside of preference of lower.
And again, this is in development space, so
Okay.
it's not a finished design.
Okay. My only preference would be to lower it a little bit.
I mean, y'all don't have to. Said this one will take, require some sort of exception, but if you all felt this was a design element that's of interest, you could address it, but you do not have to.
Jeff, I'm sorry, but if it wasn't there, we would be having this, and then if we wanted to put something up, like we would come back to you and say, well, we have to talk about whether the fence or whatever it is complies with code, and then we'd be bringing you the
Just
samples
this.
of everything, because we didn't even bring you a sample, frankly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think-
I think that really is about an intent of having a pocket farm.
So I guess the question may be, the current application for today's meeting doesn't show this, right?
It shows it very.
I'm not, all I know is this, that's not allowed zoning. So whether you all approved it or not, and COA showed it, is irrelevant. They would not be able to construct and install that. So, and if you want to, I'm merely offering that if it was something that was really an interesting piece of an interesting element, that it was an opportunity for the BAR to say, we think this is a nice piece, it helps balance whatever. But it's not necessary to do that, and it wouldn't assure whether it would get approved by special exception. So you all can leave it out and wait for it to come back to you. But I'm just making that,
Why not leave it out then?
all right?
Leave it out in our motion or
Yeah.
leave it out in the project?
Leave it out in the motion. It's a separate project later, right? It's my
Oh,
understanding.
absolutely.
You certainly could,
Okay.
yeah.
We want to see that again, meaning?
Yeah, we would.
I think we're going to see it again no
Okay,
matter
we will
what.
no matter what, great.
So maybe we just don't even mention it.
That's kind of where I'm at,
Yeah.
is that it sort of wasn't formally submitted to us with tonight's application, and so we're ruling on tonight's application, and that leaves it as an open-ended question, if it will. Does that
Yeah.
suits the applicant?
I like this, it might be nothing, so we might not, right? I mean,
If it's nothing, we have no objection.
if we carry this on, and again, I'm trying to play with how public it is, what that is, in essence, so it's really a rendering of kind of the thought, but it's not, I have no problem just taking it out and, yeah, revisit.
And again, I guess my point is, I don't think it's technically in for
Oh.
tonight,
Fine.
right? Because you showed it to us last time, but then it's been pulled. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But what we did is an addendum.
Okay, so maybe, yeah, probably.
The package, it's not complicated. but
Fair.
other stuff.
Okay.
Sorry.
Giving it up.
I think the point is.
Request to have it come back.
But then we're kind of approving a partial COA, which we want to not get into.
I think we're overcomplicating it.
I think we are too.
Yeah, I don't have really an objection
I
to
think
it.
if we just don't mention it, because it's
Leave it
it's
alone.
Yeah,
part of
okay.
our, yeah.
If it gets kicked back by the code, then
Then
they'll
we'll do
then
that.
they'll have to deal with
Yeah.
it and perhaps bring it back to us, but maybe we'll see. So yeah, I won't mention it in the motion. How about that? Sorry, I'm writing this up as best I can.
Why am I seeing, just so I clear, I mean, because I took the images they sent and created this PDF and intentionally put on the bottom there, June 3, 2025. So it is part of what you're looking at. It is shown. So I just want to be clear, I was simply offering that if you think it's an opportunity for you all to opine on it, that could be part of the consideration if for a special exception, or it is, but otherwise, if you wish to say nope, nothing on it, then I would specifically state that, you're omitting that.
So
Because it is in this application.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
The English language is complicated, but we're doing all right.
So are you saying the fact that you included it here it's on the table for this session?
Yes.
I mean, I think that it's.
Well,
Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
so think about one way could be, you all approve it, don't say anything about it. The applicant could, in a hearing about wherever the special exception waivers go, well, the BAR liked it. Now that, if that's in fact true, it would be helpful if you said so. But if it's, but the other side of it is your approval of a COA does not mean that they can automatically do it. So I just want to make sure that if this does require a special exception, that the BAR's viewpoint is properly presented.
But the BAR will have an opportunity, if a special exception is granted, to review in the future whatever they decide to try to put there.
That is correct.
So why
Because-
borrow trouble now?
Because if merely an opportunity that if you all felt this was a good element, it's an opportunity to state that specifically.
I understand what
That's
you're
all.
saying. I'm saying, but why do we want to take advantage of that opportunity?
You don't have to. I just merely offering it, yeah.
I'm inclined to just not mention it.
Me too.
I don't know if others feel strongly. All right. Where's my spiel? Okay, thanks, sorry. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed hotel at 218 West Market Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in this ADC district, and that the BAR approves this application with the following conditions. One, that we support the landscape design showing ginkgo trees on Old Preston, noting the conflict with subgrade street utilities, that the applicant shall provide a diagram showing the locations of the typical details for windows matching the design intent, and that the BAR's understanding of this is that the stucco return shall be no less than 2 inches. The planar windows shall have a depth of a typical brick, which is, our understanding is roughly 3 inches, and that the windows on the Old Preston facade at the street level shall fill the column bays. Does that sound right? Are there any other
Just
additional?
that we have not approved any exterior lighting, so any exterior lighting will need to come back to us.
I accept that friendly amendment. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Can I?
Sorry.
And the
In discussion?
the first statement about the landscaping, you're expressing support for the Sentinel.
Sentinel ginkgo.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we have had a motion and a second.
Second.
Mr. Any further discussion? Sorry.
I mean, I guess it's a CYA, just that we expect the final result to have a similar level of brick detailing as is shown in the renderings.
I'll accept that as well. All right. Ms. Lauer,
Yes.
we're voting.
Aye.
Ms. Taveney,
Aye.
Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Mr. Burrow,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you all for diligently working through the process with us. We appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, can you confirm the second? Was that Mr. Bailey or Mr.
Yes,
Schwartz?
Mr. Bailey, I believe, seconded that.
Thank you.
It is 7:30. We have finished everything except for, we got two pre-application conferences. Let's call a 5-minute recess, if anybody wants to use the restroom or whatnot.
Yeah, and James, I didn't have anything, I didn't have any other questions unless, about windows, I don't have anything ready. If you had anything you wanted to talk about the bylaws for review.
one of those should be for Jeff.
Three right there.
Thank you. No, I didn't.
Everybody,
We had a 6-foot planting, and we were like, this is like the bare minimum. That'd be nice. We ended up like increasing.
I know with the,
But it wasn't
right
but
there.
then now you're blocking the screen that I can't see anyways.
It was like.
We need a bigger screen back
So we
there.
had to have more flexibility.
Right, we used to get staff.
Yeah, big screen back there, but then you're gonna have to move the seating sign, but they got three of them. All right,
So,
bring us back in.
very quickly, I'm introduce this, and then I didn't run down the hall, and I'm going to, but I'm going to introduce this one very quickly. So this is 550 17th Street Northwest. It's over by University Circle, a block off of Rugby, I think south of Grady. What I just handed out were some additional renderings of what you've seen. They just help illustrate it a little bit better. It's not something new. This is a pre-application conference as required. Mr. Wolf is has been on the BAR, so he knows the drill maybe better than I. This is an opportunity for you all to get introduced to the project, for the applicant to ask any questions that they have. There are no requirements for pre-application discussion, but it is the opportunity, I think, to not get into the weeds about the design, but it certainly is an opportunity. If something is just entirely off base, let's let an applicant know that. The other thing that I think is really important in this is the opportunity. You have some idea of what they're proposing. Are there images, details, sections like we just discussed on 218? Are there things that should be included in an application, in a subsequent application, that would be particularly helpful? The staff report, I try to offer some generic thoughts on that so that you can use that as a checklist. And then I will also say, Mr. Wolf had asked me during the break if he could share with you some additional images that maybe contemplated some additional height here. That wasn't in the package, but again, pre-application conference, we're a little more flexible. I don't have a problem with him sharing that with you when that time comes, but I will leave that to you and to decide. But I have those drawings here when Mr. Wolf raises that question. So no action will be taken tonight unless you have any questions for me. I'm going to run down and get a little more water and hand it off to Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Werner.
All right.
Good evening. Not sure if this is on, but hi. My name is Fred Wolf. My firm, Wolf Ackerman, is working with a client, which is Pipson Properties. They have this property on 17th Street Northwest. It's 555. It is an older home. It's a rental. It's a student rental. And they asked us, they've inquired about exploring ways to add additional dwelling units on the property. And we were doing this prior to the updates to the zoning ordinance, and then we took a pause, and then we came back and looked at it again with the new ordinance. And what we are interested in doing, I should say, first of all, the additional information that I brought were the same two renderings that were in the other packet. I asked that we slightly change. If you look at, for instance, the corner of the little J button, that is much more transparent at the bottom right there. So it's very modest changes to the courtyard space and to the underneath of the little pavilion piece that pushes out. And then I wanted us to provide you with views from the street so you could understand the impact of the building behind the original house. And the building that we're proposing, while it's an L shape, or maybe it's a J or an L with a little button hook, are two single-family attached dwelling units with a garage underneath. And what we've done is we have tried to subvert the garage, which is a private garage to be shared by those units, by pushing it halfway down under grade and lifting grade a little bit so that we don't have a large wall or elevated courtyard. It brings grade up to basically the first floor of the original house, which allows the original house to have a nice little bridge connection over to this courtyard landscape garden space. And it keeps the elevated edge along the southern property at about 42 inches above grade, which is kind of fence height garden wall setup. So on the south side, what you're seeing below, our house is the one that's highlighted in blue. That's the property, that's the original house. To the south is another home, which is, I don't know if it's a rental or owner occupied, and on the north side, which faces onto Grady, is a fraternity house, and adjacent to our property line is their parking. And if anybody understands what fraternity houses and parking looks like, it's not terribly friendly, but it is what we have. So what we have done in working with the client is we've tried to take the property and push it as much as we can up against the property line on the north side, against the parking, and then push it back to within the limits under the new zoning of the alley that runs between 17th and, I guess, Rugby and tees into Grady. There's an alley there, and so we are within 5 feet of that. The ordinance, as you all know, we are zoned RX5, which the base ordinance allows 5 stories and 72 feet. What we are proposing are 3 stories on top of a garage that is considered a basement. It's not considered a story either under the zoning ordinance or under the building code, based on its proximity to grade and the average grade plane. So we have 3 stories above a garage that is a basement. And the maximum height that we have to the top of the parapet wall, which is not necessarily where you would measure height to, you would measure it to the roof height, right now in this view is at 37.5 feet. The ridge of the primary form of the original house is at 30 feet above grade. So that is, we are slightly higher than that. But within, I think, within scale of the original house. And the original house has 2 stories and then a bunch of space up in its attic space. So it's effectively a 3-story house with a basement underneath it. And so really what we were interested in, what we're showing you today is kind of a glorified massing diagram with some holes punched in it to illustrate kind of windows. But we have not really taken a long, in-depth study of the structure. What I can say at this point is that what we know we're trying to do is preserve sunlight and air in a courtyard in a landscape space that gets sunlight from the south and also mitigates the impact of any massing on the property to the south. So that L-shaped piece is meant to gather as much sunlight as possible and also limit the impact of this addition behind the original structure on its neighboring structure to the south, with the understanding that the property to the north is parking. And beyond that, the ground floor is meant to be, where it can be, largely transparent, where it has kitchens, living rooms, and dining spaces. We are obviously on the property line in certain points, and in those cases, we are limited in what we can do in terms of openings. I would like to hope that we can have some openings that would have to have some special fire protected glass, but we are largely limited to, solid openings and walls that will have a fire rating on those. But this project, even though it kind of looks like a little building, is really 2 houses that have a shared party wall between them. They have 2 stories above the main living space that are bedroom levels. You know, really what I wanted to hear, or what we were hoping to gather, was what the board thought about the strategy, the placement on the site, the relationship of this building to its counterpart up front that faces onto 17th Street. And, you know, after that, I do think that we'd like to hear your thoughts, and we have additional images, because we studied it, about what you would think if we were to go ahead and explore a 3rd story, or 4th story rather, that gave additional space on top of what we're showing here. And again, I go back to the fact that I think that the density on this site is unlimited by the zoning ordinance. The number of stories allowed are 5 and 72 feet. We're at 3 and 37 and a half. So fairly below what is allowed. We are within, let's call it spitting distance, of the ridge of the original house. And so in going to a 4th story, I still think we would actually be, if we pursued a different type of roof and looked at putting the 4th story into a kind of roof element, we could be within 7.5 feet of the ridge of the original house in terms of the maximum height of our building, with some pushing and pulling of some other floor heights. And, you know, I was having this conversation with somebody else, I forget who, but, you know, what we're really trying to do is make sure that we are respectful of the original building's scale, and that we are careful about the impact of this on the neighboring buildings. But we're looking at the buildings behind the alley that face onto Rugby that are also similar types of projects, and we look at the projects that are up. In fact, you can see it right there, that are over the corner, the apartment buildings that are on Grady. And I feel like next to this fraternity house that we're within scale of the surrounding adjacent buildings. So we're trying to just get some feedback, understand whether or not we're heading in a direction that feels comfortable, so that we can continue to develop and design this. And that is it. I don't have a sales pitch beyond that.
Did you say you had an image showing a 4th story?
We do, and if you guys are open to taking a look at it, we have a package that, and one of the things that I'll say that we tried to do in doing that was, in this, what we submitted, it was important to do a kind of base and then a 2-part top that was, you know, the sleeping levels. In this other instance, what we would do is try to develop a roof level where we developed some version of a roof that was kind of like putting the bedrooms in an attic space, develop some dormer conditions, some sloped walls, a different kind of materiality, so that we would have base, middle, top, in terms of the way we would approach it. And again, I think that we could finesse this in such a way that we could stay within 7.5 feet of the ridge of the main house, the main house's roof, the taller roof. All of this is, you know, predicated on, we're also trying to maintain a fairly sizable, big private garage for the residents to use as you would use your own garage, whether or not you want to pack it with bicycles and shovels or cars or scooters or whatever. But we tried to make that something that we could offer, and also that would help take pressure off the surrounding streets. And so we do it via a garage door that accesses off the alley. And by picking the landscape up a little bit and pushing the garage floor down a little bit and doing a little speed ramp down, we can do a tidy little job for them to park and just, you know, have storage and have bikes and all that other stuff, and still maintain a really nice space that can serve the new construction as well as the original house. And down the road, I mean, the original house needs its own renovation. So that's also going to get renovated, but that's not part of what we're doing right now. And I should also mention, part of this project involves, on the back of the lower part of the house that you can see, it's still 2 stories, but there was a small porch, and then there's a little roof over a little dugout well that gets you into a basement. We're asking to pull those things off. Those were, I think we have photos in our package. Not in terribly great condition. I'm not sure they were ever original, but certainly not architecturally significant. And that's part of opening up the space for us to make this connection and build this new project. So, I want to leave you guys time to talk. I'm sure I could keep going, as Carl knows.
It's not in our purview, but, oh, I'm sorry. But I'm just kind of curious, what would be on the 4th floor? More bedrooms?
Yeah.
How many parking
I
spaces?
was going to say, it's a big family.
Well, so it's, yes. There aren't technically parking spaces, a private garage, so it's not a public garage. It's not a parking garage or a parking lot per se, as you might have with an apartment building. I will say that back at envelope, number of cars that I think that they could fit in there, if they wanted to tightly pack them in and everybody was careful, 12. But again, I want to emphasize, it's like your own garage attached to your house or in your basement under your house.
So the intent is attached single-family dwelling?
Yes.
In both cases, it's 2 units?
Yes.
So there's a different strategy for cladding, and I'm just kind of curious what you're thinking the exterior materials could be.
So, in what we submitted, the notion would either be a vertical wood or synthetic, obviously of a certain quality wood siding. And obviously when it's 2 stories on top of the ground floor, then maybe it's a parapet wall, maybe it has a lid. Because we're up against the property line on one side, it prohibits you from having an overhang, which makes having a roof that has an extension not work so well on that side. We're up against it on 2 sides. We're up against it on both the north and the south. And therefore, we pursued a parapet. And on the other scheme, where we were looking at maybe an additional floor, it would be more like a modified kind of mansard roof approach. And in that case, I think we might explore letting the standing seam metal come all the way down on one side and sort of envelop and frame a wood clad condition for some variety. But, again, that would, I think, depend on which way we were going. And, I don't, you guys all know the ordinance and the codes. And so, but it's some things that changed in the new ordinance is that there's no longer a definition of how many people can be in a single dwelling. You're still restricted by the building code's limitation of how many people can go into a bedroom based on a certain size. And so we are actually not trying to do the smallest bedrooms that you could ever do. We're trying to make comfortable bedrooms that are sizable. But as far as I know, I do think that parking restrictions might have been removed.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Does zoning not allow an apartment building here? I'm just going to ask some.
I don't know if it does allow an apartment building, but I haven't done that research. But so here's another question, but I think I know the answer to this. To make an apartment building work here, I think it would involve the demolition of the original house.
Huh. Well, that's not good.
Right.
Okay.
And in the previous, well, in a different zoning district, you would have limitations on the number of dwelling units per acre, but in this zoning designation, there are none. And so we had previously been looking at 2 units, but they had different restrictions in terms of side and backyard setbacks and so forth, that actually left you no room to do something,
Right.
let's say, as gracious with the kind of courtyard
Space
landscape
you've got.
space.
All right, I won't ask any more leading questions.
Sorry.
What about a proper mansard roof? Like, I feel like that'd be more attractive than having this sort of blank sheer wall, like, around the back of the building.
So again, we can, I'm open to looking at all of that. This was a very quickly developed
Yeah,
image.
sure.
Just to illustrate, and I would, again, point out is that when we're on a 0 lot line, which is what we have there, the openings are limited without putting in extremely expensive glass or,
So, but does that apply to the lot line that's abuts the alleyway?
The alley, you have a 5-foot setback, and at a 5-foot setback, your openings are unlimited.
Okay.
Or maybe not unlimited, but greatly increased.
Okay.
And
Oh, I see. Okay, you've got openings there. Gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, last question since I've got the mic. You're showing some plantings here. Is the idea that are there new plantings along that sidewalk, I guess, south of the building? Are those new or were those proposed, those trees? And then also.
I'm going to say that those that are south of the building are either, those are not on our property.
Not on your property, okay. And then, but you
There
are
are trees
proposing.
currently there.
Proposing trees in the courtyard.
Yes.
Is the hope, okay.
Yes, and I think as part of our site plan also, we imagine developing a kind of sidewalk pedestrian entry along the south side of the original house to get to, so if you're coming from the sidewalk.
You'll see it here.
Back to the courtyard, yeah.
Please.
Okay, I'll go. I think this is a cool little project. I like the massing. I think it's clever the way you've dealt with the garage. I would be really interested to see a section, particularly through the courtyard.
Did we not include one?
I don't think.
I think there's one that goes from the alleyway to the house, I think.
Is there? Let's see.
I mean,
I want to open that up.
Trust me, they're diagrammatic, but I think going the other way, I thought we had one in there, but.
You probably did.
Yeah, right
I'm
there.
curious about the depth of the medium required for trees to grow in your courtyard.
Me too.
Yeah.
That was what I was getting at, but otherwise I think it's an exciting project that.
Roots in the parking garage.
So I think
elevated.
something like that might involve like a raised bed
Uh-huh.
in that case, and you're absolutely right, yeah.
Okay. I was also wondering about you said there was probably a 42-inch wall along the south side of that courtyard. I imagine we would want to see some railing details, like I guess we'll be required to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a similar comment about the railing. I honestly kind of like the 4-story massing almost better than the 3-story. I mean, I guess because you have more detail in the mansard roof, but I don't think the additional story really feels out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood. I think it's interesting how you're incorporating this kind of courtyard space into the design. I'm curious about the connectivity from the back of the historic structure to that bridge and how that alignment is happening. Maybe it's visible in the plan, but it would be nice to understand that a little bit better and kind of how people are moving through the space there. And I was wondering if you're considering anything about accessibility, given all the grading, if that's been something you've been looking at?
I would say that is something that we will look at. I think at this early stage, we haven't necessarily done that, but I could see that folding into the way that we come in on the south side of the house.
Yeah.
One of the things I should point out is that, and it's not, we don't make a big deal of it, but from the garage, we have a little set of stairs that come up. So without going back up the ramping, out the garage door, you got a little set of stairs up that drops you right at the corner of the old house. And so you can hop up onto the platform that connects into the back of the old house or the courtyard space. And that piece I've thought of as a bridge, literally kind of floating and kind of just connects across from the old back door to that. So, but yes, we will, we'll look at that, definitely. I mean, yeah, as single-family homes, they don't have the same requirements,
Yeah.
obviously, but I still think in terms of visitability, and open access, I think it's important, yeah.
I also agree. I like the massing. Either the 3 stories or the 4 would be fine. I don't think that it overwhelms the old house. The other thing you do mention, and looking at these little back porches and so forth, I don't think there'd be any problem having those removed either, so.
Yeah, I think I support the 3 or 4 story massing. I mean, I voted for the RX5 designation, so I'd be kind of a hypocrite if I then said, no, you can't make it that tall. I think what I'm going to be worried about, though, is once it gets up to be 4 stories, or even at 3 stories, if you can't do windows and you just have this big blank facade, I realize it's facing a parking lot, but at some point it's going to be sticking up above the existing buildings. If there's any way that you could pull the upper levels 5 feet off the property line so you could get some windows or something. I know that might be a structural issue in the basement, but that would be ideal. Because I think, some of the other projects that we've seen in the neighborhood, we've seen tear downs and we've seen, people attaching directly onto the back of existing buildings. And I really appreciate that this one, it gives some room to the existing house. And it's on the alleyway. It's in the middle of the block. It doesn't, its impact really isn't that, it doesn't have a big impact on any of the surroundings from the public realm, at least. But I think it still wants to have, again, for the stories that stick up high enough that you're going to see them, a level of detail and a scale that meets the residential components of the neighborhood. So we struggled with a project on Gordon Avenue. It was more house-sized, but it was very plain, and we kept trying to push them to put some more detail on it. Now, I know you've got a very, very contemporary palette on this, and I'm guessing that whatever comes back to us is going to stay very contemporary. So I know that detail and contemporary design don't necessarily mix, but just making sure there's that human scale, that residential scale, the number of windows, sizes of things. Looking at your renderings, the 4-story one appeals to me more, but I'm just looking at the courtyard view, which what appeals to me about it is it's broken down into, you've got a base, you've got a middle portion, and the mansard roof breaks it down into little pieces. But then when you flip the pages on the other side, it's just a big metal wall that's 4 stories tall.
Yes. I'm ready to just admit we focused on the courtyard.
Right.
and
totally get it.
Yeah. Well, to have the discussion.
Yeah. So just as you guys are developing this, just keep that in mind. Okay. But yeah, no concerns from me for the height or the massing at all. I think it's a very interesting concept.
Great. Thank you.
I don't have any issues with the massing, but I've got to say, I sort of like, I may be in the minority here, but I like the simplicity of the 3-story version, which is just a simple, a simple material palette. It seems like the one with the mansard roof, there's like 1 or 2 many things going on to me.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if that simplicity would translate to another story, I guess. maybe once you go up to 4 stories, you need to add a level of articulation, but
I've been dying to do a wood roof.
well, there's something very elegant about just that, just slab of wood.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate that.
I thought this was, I think this is a very creative and thoughtful kind of solution for how to add some density, probably nothing like we've ever seen that I can think of before. Our guidelines don't really address kind of a new, it's new construction, it's not an addition, but I'll kind of, just because we're supposed to talk about the guidelines, I'll just kind of go through and see, note where you do meet them. We'll just say it's a new construction, shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. You're leaving the historic house intact. New work should be differentiated, certainly it is, in scale, architectural features. It shouldn't be an exact copy, and it certainly is not. Use materials, windows, doors, architectural detailing that are compatible with historic buildings. In the district, I agree with Carl's comments. I don't really care, if you're looking at a straw poll, I don't really feel differently about the 3 or 4 stories. I would almost say add the density. Personally, I don't really care for the mansard roof, and I can't tell you why. Okay. I really don't like it. And I think I do agree with Mr. Burrell, who says that the simple exterior material, instead of the wood plus clad or whatever else you're going over it, and then you've got the stucco on the front house, is a little bit cleaner. Let me see, you're not attaching to the existing building, so all that's good. I think it's fascinating. It's great, Don't be surprised if other owners in this district may copy you, is what I think.
Well, thank you.
What are you going to do for HVAC?
I don't know yet. That was with the 3-story scheme, the parapet and all those units could live comfortably up on the roof and be screened. How we would do that with the other, I am not sure yet. I think that will be part of, if we start to push and pull and play with the form, the massing of this, how we hide that, I think will be one of the challenges, because when you're building right to or almost to the property lines, and then you're making a courtyard space that you want to enjoy in the middle, your opportunities for hiding that are largely gone. Now, we do have a little bit of space on the alley side, and you would argue that the alley side is potentially an opportunity for that, but you just gave me a funny look. Service stuff has to go somewhere, but yes, we will pay close attention. I'm a big fan of trying to hide that and not have it become somebody else's problem.
Fun thing about our new zoning code is you don't have a choice.
Yeah. So we're a little ways away from that. In the big picture, what I was hoping to understand was general support or not for the sort of the planning approach and the strategy, just the diagram, the concept, and then looking at the massing and thinking about, is it 3 stories, is it 4 stories? And with that, like a lot of what you're seeing were first passes at just punching some holes in the envelope just to show window or void versus solid. So with some sense of support, we'll go back and really start to finesse and play with this. And, I'm not sure that the entirety of this building will all end up being all at the same story. We might have parts that are 3 and parts that are 4 and so forth.
Yeah.
So,
I would just echo a lot of what Mr. Burrell said. I think the 3-story design is kind of a little more cohesive and thought through. And similarly, I was going to recommend, if you went with the 4-story, kind of breaking them up and almost making them feel like 2 single-family dwelling units, where maybe you have a break in the roof line or something like that. Or so I think that regardless, I think we'll work through the details with you, but I think I support it in concept and in general. I like the fact that you're keeping it away from the historic house. I guess my only one cautionary note would be the little roof over the basement stair to the historic house, just, I guess, making sure they've got good water protection to prevent from basement flooding.
My expectation is we will fill that in and figure out a different way for them to get into their basement.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be a historic house, so we'll look at that too.
Okay,
but-
yes.
It's more like a dugout hole down there.
I mean, it's basically a couple steps that take
Fair.
you down and
Yep.
boom, right?
Yep.
I think we can work something out that hopefully will be a safer and better.
Just a cautionary note on water.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah,
But
actually-
I think I'm hearing general agreement that this is a good massing model and good use of some space in a really dense neighborhood that needs more density, so.
Appreciate it.
It seems like the cellar space, you could even excavate that, underpin the house, expand there. I just, as I said it to you all, went to this house several years ago, and when the owner wanted to demolish it, so pleased to see this. I would offer, make sure, next step, really sit down and have a conversation with the planner and zoning and make sure you know what some of those pushing and pulling that's necessary. I'll offer that this is to see an opportunity to show that a historic house can coexist with additional housing is important. And, it may not maximize it, but a successful model is what we need. When I saw this, one of the things I thought about was, I don't know if you remember 106 Oakhurst, I think it was 106, where they never built it, but had that kind of a contemporary design going out the back of that old, similar aged house. But I'm glad, thank you for bringing up the mechanical, because that is going to be important to screening and that. And I approached this, I would have looked at this as an addition, even though it's separate. And I know we talk a lot about the height, it's often not being above, but it really, the guideline is that it doesn't overwhelm. And so if we were looking at this as an addition or even new construction, we'd say, well, most of the houses there are 2 and 3 stories. So, the guidelines would support, maybe 4 to 6 floors. So the guidelines aren't in your way on this one. And I think more it's the zoning interpretation it is. So, and then that's all I have.
I'd add that, we didn't just do this. We've had preliminary discussions with planning and zoning and also building code officials about the interpretations we were making about the ordinance and the code. So, but we certainly will continue that, so.
All right, did you get all the feedback you were
It was
hoping to?
fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Everybody, thank you very much. Have a
Do you
good
want
night.
these back? You could print on the other side.
No.
I scribbled on mine.
It's really sustainable.
Thank you.
All right, our next pre-application conference is for 202, 204, and 208 7th Street Southwest. Notably, 204 and 208 7th Street Southwest are individually protected properties. Appreciate y'all sticking around. Sorry for the pump fake earlier. I know you thought we'd been out of here, but we circle back, so.
Similar set of circumstances, building being constructed behind historic structures. I can't call this an addition. There's a lot of layers to this one. I'm not sure how to unpack all of them, but so up front, so everyone out there, I by the way, did receive comment from a neighbor and property owner, some opposition to this project, but I make it clear that, and then I'll share that, and you can, Mr. Chair, you can read it, but this is a pre-application conference. No decisions are being made here. I, again, refer to the guidance I've offered in the discussion as a checklist of how to some of the questions that you might have, or make sure that you've covered some things. I do want to point out that you don't have to decide on it, but if it comes up, I recommend a pathway to approaching this, and that would be that, well, let me take a step back. The two, what we call individually protected properties in the city, this is not within a district, although the two IPPs are adjacent. They are related. There actually was a third house here similar to these that was raised, we think, sometime in the 80s. But each of these is a individually protected property, and the parcel that they are on is essentially a mini district. The reason that you're looking at this with the larger project behind it is because that new building would encroach onto the parcels that are protected. We know that both were built sometime, I think, they suggest that 1860, late 1860s and 1880s. I think it was after the 1877 gray map, which is pretty detailed. It doesn't show anything there. So, likely late 1870s, if that early, but probably in the 1880s. Built by a gentleman, James Hawkins, who was a brick mason. He lived on Ridge Street. And one of the interesting things about these two houses is sort of typical of an extremely simple worker house, but they're made with brick, which is unusual in the town. But given Mr. Hawkins' background, that explains it. The two families that occupied these two houses, they looked like they acquired the homes very early after they were built, and their families were there for quite some time. And with Mr. Parker's family, even up into the 70s. So, and an interesting piece that Ms. Richardson and I have been able to unravel a little bit more, behind these houses there were reported some cottages that were rented out in, it seems post-World War II, but, and there was some assumption that maybe that's what was the shed that's currently behind the one house, but that they don't align, and the records that we've been able to access show that the shed was constructed in the 80s. So, go ahead, do you have?
Yeah, so in 1958, that was the last record in the assessor's file for those cottages, and in the card, the assessor value goes up for a new shed that was constructed between 1989 and 1990.
So while it's the shed is identified in the National Register listing as contributing, I don't, there's no evidence that this, and even the photographs of it, we certainly don't have to decide that now, but I wanted to explain that and why I would recommend that we treat the removal of that shed as merely an alteration to the site and not the demolition of a contributing structure. The thing I would like, when the applicant sort of explains their side of things, but this is unique in that we've had other projects in historic districts, and I think the Doyle, or the Quirk now, but what is the Doyle now is a good example of retaining two historic buildings and allowing them the space to sort of that they can be read on their own, where other projects sort of envelop. And that's one example. There are others. I think an even more recent example might be the courthouse and its relationship to the Redlands Club and, of course, the Levy Building. And that was very intentional that that building would not overwhelm those. So that we have other examples to look to, but I'm not sure, because I don't want to get too focused. We have to pay attention to the new building, but not lose sight on that the reason we're evaluating this is because of these two brick IPPs. So there's my 30,000-foot sort of overview. John, you guys want to offer your views and.
Well, they're coming up.
My legs from sitting so
Well, they're coming up. Jeff, can you clarify?
What's that, John? I'm sorry.
I had pins and needles in my legs from sitting so long.
Well, you know, these are the most ergonomic chairs in the city of Charlottesville. When this building is disassembled, I will want one of these for my living room. So I apologize for the upholstering. It's pretty bad.
Can I ask a
Yes.
quick
Yes, sir.
clarification question? So if I'm reading this right, and I'm looking at SK 13 from the applicant's submittal, that just a portion of the new building would be on the parcels that are the historic, or the IPPs, right? And that then therefore means our purview
Correct.
relates to the entire new building.
To the entire, correct.
If they were to stop their building at the edge of the parcel boundary,
You wouldn't see it.
we wouldn't see it. Okay.
Correct.
Just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Are there more of these?
He handed me,
just have three.
so you guys
Yeah,
can
I
share.
just-
We can look over
we
some
can share.
shoulders.
You're not super excited.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for.
All right, do you guys want to present?
Yeah, just
Okay.
briefly, thank you. I think I'm going to start by welcoming Jennifer to the board.
Thank you.
If you do as well as Sherry's done over the years and stay as long as Sherry, then you should be, you'd be welcome. So welcome to you. I'm John Matthews and my colleague Jim Duxbury with Mitchell Matthews Architects. I think Jeff did a pretty good job explaining the project. We're here for mainly two reasons, maybe three, but the primary two are we're asking for permission to remove a 1970s shed. There are photographs of it that you have in front of you. 1970s-ish, 80s-ish. We suggested we build in the 80s, so I'm glad to hear you guys agree with that. And we're asking for permission to build behind, to the rear of the existing structures. We're also, much like Fred before us, we're asking for your input on the building itself and whether it's headed in the right direction. We'd be grateful for that information. The bar granted, as Jeff mentioned, permission to do similar developments. I think there's maybe 6 of them. We have them listed on sketch 11, 12, 13 and page 3 of Jeff's report. So there's a whole slew of similar approvals on similar buildings. And we even went ahead and measured those buildings just to show you how close this building is in relation to those other buildings. Jeff, and I think correctly, Kate mentioned the Quirk Hotel, or now the Doyle, and you can see that's built within about 4.3 feet of the buildings. I think that's 501 West Main. So much, much closer than we're getting, and I think that's successful. Those of you that have eaten in that rear patio of the Doyle, I keep wanting to call it the Quirk, get a sense of, you know, the comfort. We're expecting that these buildings, the 2 existing individually protected properties, would be renovated to about the same degree, or sorry, rehabilitated is the correct word, to about the same degree as 501 and 503 West Main. Those of you that have maybe eaten in there or been in there, just to give you a sense. Those 2 buildings are seriously dilapidated. You can see on those photos. The owners had told us when we went through it that they have not been occupied for, or 204 has not been occupied for 23 years, and you can see it's an uninsulated, unprotected, unconditioned building. And even though this is an important part, and I'm sure you guys have come up, it's come up before you in the past, is that even though this is an individually protected property, it's really not protected at all. It could just go on the way it is and it eventually fall down. So by approving this project or similar projects to this, you actually ensure that it'll be, that retain the existing buildings, that they will be repaired rehabilitated and maintained indefinitely. So you really protect it, even though the language in the ordinance sort of infers that it's protected. Those photos are pretty strong evidence that it's not really protected. Let me see what else I wanted to say. I think our package sort of explains the issues pretty well. The size of those buildings, by the way, just to give you a sense of their scale, they are little postage stamp size buildings. They have a floor area of about 800 square feet, the footprint about 1,600 square feet total. Is that correct, Jim? And the project that's going to be built behind them and to the rear and to the side is about 149 plus or minus units, 250 parking spaces that will be built within the building, so they won't be visible from any version of the public realm. And I think the project ensures that the repair and rehabilitation and maintenance will sort of go on indefinitely. And they're going to be incorporated into the function of this building. There'll be some sort of, we think, amenity. They're so small, we have to put bathrooms in them, but there'll be some sort of social space. I think they're going to be too small. And they're going to be very expensive to repair as well.
Yeah, they might become study spaces or, something that the tenants would be able to occupy, but they would have to go outside to utilize it. So the building aren't connected to the...
Yeah, so this is really an infill project, that residential component of it, which is the vast majority of the project on the back side of these buildings, is an infill on a site that's been vacant for a long while, for decades. And we think it's an appropriate use. It's certainly totally in line with the comp plan, it's in line with the zoning ordinance, and it will put residential where people can walk to West Main Street, walk downtown and walk or ride their bikes to campus. So overall we think there's a lot going for this project, and we wanted to get your feedback and your impressions and just make sure, again, much like Fred said on the previous project, that we're headed in the right direction. Jim, did I miss anything?
No, I don't think so. I think the key is that these existing houses are actually going to contribute to the project and not become a hindrance, in that we're going to use that space between them as a courtyard that will help activate the street, but also give a kind of a life between the buildings and the new building. So kind of creating a pocket courtyard is the intent.
Yeah, so I think maybe rather than keep talking, we could try to answer any questions you may have.
What is the proposed use of the historic structures in lieu of this development?
So, as Jim just mentioned, they're so small, it's going to be very hard to use them other than as an amenity. Mm-hmm. So whether that will be a study space, they're too small for commercial use, I'm not sure that would be appropriate. They're probably not appropriate to rehabilitate as housing. So I think it'll be some sort of support space for the larger development and some sort of amenity. Maybe a lounge, maybe just private study space. The stair, as you can see, we may not even be allowed to use the upper level. We're dealing with this on the Fife film, imagine the stair is about that wide. So accessibility will be an issue. There will be a lot of issues with actually using them and meeting code, and the rehabilitation of them. And by the way, the rehabilitation will follow Section 4 of your ordinance precisely, or of the design guidelines. I think it's 4.
So will that be the inclusion of the rehabilitation of those two historic structures be included in the application for this large building behind them?
Yes, so if I understand your question, we expect when we've worked out what we're going to do, we're going to come back to you with those buildings and show you exactly what we're doing and what the use will be. But yes, they're going to be part of the overall development. and will be rehabilitated at the same time. Is that answering your question?
Sort of. What I really want to do is tie their rehabilitation to the approval of this
Yes,
larger
you
structure.
can do that.
As opposed to us approving this big building and then y'all saying, and I'm not questioning
No.
that you would, but it's happened before, that y'all would say like, oh yeah, we're going to fix this up, and then you don't.
No.
Right?
No,
And I
that's
think that
fair.
that's
I
pretty
think-
critical that we preserve these historic structures and.
I mean, the one caveat to that is, one that's further up the hill, which is 204, there are some structural issues that have to be evaluated, and they have not been evaluated. So.
We'll want to see
We
that.
don't want to be any,
But the intention is exactly what you
Sure.
said. Our intention is to reuse them. We've advised the contract purchaser that there may be some significant cost in repairing them. But that's the intention, and if you need to put that as a condition, I think that's fine.
This is a pre-application conference, so we're
Yeah,
not
well,
going to
ultimately,
be
as a
putting that
condition,
as a
yeah.
stipulation yet, but I'll just throw it out there. I also think you should consider naming the new buildings the Hankins Building in honor of the man who built those two
was
structures.
Hawkins.
Is it Hackins?
Hawkins.
Hawkins? Excuse me,
Mr.
Hawkins
Lee.
then.
Yeah, I don't know about the naming, but we can mention that. The name of the project at the moment is the Mark.
The Mark.
Charlottesville.
You know, that's
But we
not,
could
I'm not
have the
gonna,
Who was Mark?
Hankins.
Who is Mark?
just called the Mark.
I
We
don't
already have a grand Mark. Is this little Mark?
Yeah, yeah. But I think naming those cottages is a possibility, yeah.
Sure. Just to honor the original builder.
Yeah, a couple of, we don't have to resolve any of the sequencing of it, my thought was to treat each as a separate application, but not separate from the larger building. And that way, you all have, because I think one building may be in significantly worse shape than another, but we can determine that sequence later. But some ground rules here are, per the code, you all can, well, one step back. Per your typical guidelines, you would look at for height, you would look at, well, what's the prevailing height? And I don't know which we would, but let's take, and this is adjacent to a National Register Historic District, so there are some, we can legitimately consider that fabric. But assume we're dealing with 2 and 3 story buildings, your guideline would allow 4 to 6 stories applying the guidelines. But as we know, it's in this higher density and in other places, the BAR has considered and allowed more height than that. So, but the other piece of and this comes from the ordinance, is that this is under this zoning by right a height of 5 stories and or 72 feet max height, and with a bonus 7 stories allowed, a height of 100 feet. In this district, different from downtown, the city code says the BAR can only reduce the height no more than 2 floors below what is allowed. So I don't know how that would apply to the bonus floors. That hasn't been used yet, but I think the tool that's available to you that's probably preferable is that you are allowed up to 25 feet in step backs of upper floors. So there may be portions of the building where some step backs, a step back or series of step backs would be in order. And so I just want to make you aware of those.
So there, is it correct there, y'all are proposing 7 stories with the bonus?
So it's 2 levels of parking, podium parking, and 5 levels of wood frame, so 5 levels of apartments above that. And if I could just mention something on that, because Jeff mentioned the ordinance, and I know Carl was interested in that. Before we put these together, or part of the long process we go in before it comes before you, we spend a lot of time, and even in this package you'll see there's just a couple of pages on the zoning. We have a whole bunch that we don't share with you because we know it's not your purview, but we've met multiple times with planning, multiple times with zoning. We've met with the fire marshal. So we really are pretty confident that what we're showing you and what we tell our client is achievable under the new ordinance. It's not like we come in here and then have to change it. I know Carl was concerned about those sorts of issues. So the building height is a total of 7 levels, 2 parking and 5 wood frame construction above it. And just to address Jeff's, I don't know if it was a suggestion or mention of reducing the height, I think this project would not be feasible if we lost a story. These are very, very tight from a financial standpoint, and I'm not the person to talk about it, but we do a lot of these. I think it would kill the project, would be my sense, if we lost a floor. We do articulate and step the floors back, and you can see the articulation on the front, so there's stepping it back even further. I think it's some 70 feet back, the main front, so I'm not sure. I think the critical issue, sorry Jim, the critical issue is what does the pedestrian feel when you're at street level, and that's what we focused on.
Yeah, and I think you can see in that Delavan Street, which is the one that's, we were required to already have a transition. So you can see that the lower building, that's the required transition when you're across the street from an RN2, I guess.
RNA.
RNA2, yeah. So that is the required transition, which is a 20-foot minimum step back from the face of whatever building you build. So that's why that is cut out of that corner. And then on the very front corner is, you can see where it steps down. That's utilizing the building module to also step the building down. So, you know, we're kind of working up towards Main Street. And this building is also roughly the same height as the Blue Moon Diner, the apartments behind it.
Yeah, you can see that right at the top is the Blue Moon Diner. Right across
Same height because of the
diagonally
change in
opposite.
topography.
Yeah, there's the actual building height from the kind of railroad level. Yeah.
Welcome other comments, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just jump right in. So when I look at this, I mean, I realize that we're only reviewing it because of the overlap on the IPP's properties. So I'm going to try and make myself ignore the areas that, you know, down Delavan Street and on the other sides. But I do feel like, these are, although they're extremely modest, they are very historic buildings in Charlottesville, and I'm grateful that you guys are trying to preserve them and you're going to rehabilitate them. I think the difference between these and, say, the houses in front of the Quirk is the houses in front of the Quirk were a bit more substantial, and the Quirk itself is 4 stories. Similarly, the Blue Moon Diner, those houses were more substantial. So when you're walking down the street, you experience those houses and the building behind them feels like a backdrop. When I'm looking at your renderings, this feels a lot more like those pictures you see where there's a holdout, like someone doesn't want to sell their property, so they build a big skyscraper around it, and it just doesn't, it feels very uncomfortable. Now, I'm not going to say it's impossible to do. I just feel like what you've presented us right now is still extremely uncomfortable in terms of how it relates to the existing buildings. The current conditions on 7th Street are, it feels very forested. The trees play a big part, and I'm wondering if maybe the portion on the, let me get my cardinal directions right, northwest corner, if that, you've got it right at the 5-foot line. If you took it back to the 15-foot line and we're able to get some bigger trees in there, that might help with the context a little bit. And then similarly, I know you were talking about, it's the distance between the building, the back of the historic buildings and the front of your building being similar to those other conditions around town. But again, because these are so diminutive, if there's some way that you can make your building feel more background, and I don't know if that means pull it back a couple more feet and again insert some very large growing tree in there. I hate relying on vegetation, but I feel like it actually would go a very long way. But anything to try and make it feel more background and less like it's gonna kind of hover over it. I mean, you have these big roof overhangs as well, that it just feels like the building is kind of coming over the two existing houses. You know, the garage, maybe having that entrance right there might also be contributing to this uncomfortable feeling, but at the same time, I think the neighbors would probably kill me if I said, put it down Delavan. I know there's only a couple houses down there, but that does feel pretty unfair to those residents. So I don't know how you guys resolve this. I think it's doable. I'm not gonna tell you to make it shorter. And I know to get the 7 stories, you're gonna have to contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund, or you're gonna actually put affordable housing in there. I don't know how that works with student housing, but.
Affordable housing is not allowed on student housing.
Okay.
Did you say it's not allowed?
No, it's a contribution only, a fee in lieu.
Okay. So you'll be paying some big bucks, because I know we've revised that fee. So, long story short, what you've presented, you need to somehow find a way to make it feel more background. And I'm not sure how that works.
John, maybe this will help, but this is a parcel here?
Yes.
And there's
2 parcels.
Yeah, so they're zoned RX5. There's no design review. I don't want to change in the face, but, so I just want to make sure it's clear that it's sort of a, I don't want to overthink it, but the potential for someone to do something at that corner and there's no review, so
Well, that's not.
Doesn't make it any easier to evaluate this, but it's,
No. But it's also a much smaller parcel, so to get a 7-story building on that little corner is, I mean, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's very, very unlikely. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it has the step back requirements
Mhm.
that we're dealing with at the very end of that project. So whatever happens there is gonna have to step up just like that end of the building. And yeah, to address some of the idea of that courtyard is, that's where all the amenity space for the students are. So it'll be all, well, I can't say all glass, but it's gonna be a majority glass. So it'll feel like an indoor-outdoor space and will be lit, so that'll be invite it back into.
That will be the part that you can't really see from the street, though. I mean, I guess you can see it through the building, the
Yeah,
existing.
glimpse it, right.
But it's the stories up above that I feel like by the time you get up to 7 stories, they're really imposing and hanging over the existing buildings. So I don't know how you can work on that to make that feel a little more backgroundy. And again, I feel like, I hate to rely on vegetation, but I feel like some very large trees, if you could find a way to fit them between the houses and the building, would go a really long way in kind of making this building feel more background.
Yeah, so we're very tree, or pro-tree. We have in our office, one of our guys is on the tree commission. We talk about trees. You don't see a landscape plan yet, but you will. And we certainly, Carl, I know you're a big tree lover, and we are as well. So we'll show you what we can do. I don't know how we can
I don't think you have
background
enough.
building that's going to please everybody, because it's a big building. But even if, as one of you suggested, we cut it off at the property line, that building would still be there at the property line.
Oh, but it'd be significantly further back. And then I don't think it'd be a.
No, because the part on the left-hand side is not on the IPP.
No, I get that, but at least the portion behind the buildings would be significantly further back.
Yeah, it would be just in the centre portion of it. But yeah, we hear what you're saying. We'll look into it. Unfortunately, the next submission date is only a week away, which makes it really sort of difficult for us to actually do all of this and submit by the 24th, but we'll try.
Is there a tight timeline you guys are?
Well, it's just that you have to meet the academic year on these sorts of projects, and this is a big project. It's probably a 24-month construction phase, a 12-month design phase, so it's 3 years out anyway. So, every month is costly. So.
I appreciate that schedule thing, but that's also not, that's your problem.
We can look into it and we'll try. If, as I guess what happened with Fred, you don't mind taking some of our sketches a week or two later than the submission date, we submit the package and we can get you some of those. I see there's a little leniency on the folks before us, and
So-
we can do that.
If I'll just, so I'm not, getting something on the deadline we're not obligated to bring it at the next meeting, just so everyone's clear on that. And I'm also, I'm spending some time, not here. So I don't want to, I just want to make sure everyone understands, you can certainly get the thing in on the, try for that. 24th, it doesn't guarantee it'll be on the agenda. I can certainly try. And actually probably preferable to late July, but just to be clear on that, so.
Yeah, I know it's our problem, but I just wanted to relay how difficult it can be to meet some of these deadlines.
I would be interested,
Sorry.
No, it's me.
Okay, sorry.
In my head.
I would be interested in seeing some alternative, like, massing studies, just to get a sense of, like, are there places that you can buy some real estate, for lack of a better word, around those historic buildings? Like, could you reduce the scale of your interior courtyard and then pull back the front facade? Are there other places that you can increase height, like in that back corner, that you can then reduce height in the front? And then are there other ways that you could articulate the building facade where those small historic buildings are to be more sympathetic to the scale? Because right now, and I really appreciate that you're preserving those structures and trying to incorporate them into the design, but I agree with Mr. Schwartz that I don't know that it's working. Like, it doesn't feel like a courtyard to me, and those structures are starting to feel a little bit more like follies than they are like residential scale historic buildings that have a proper context.
Yeah, so if I can quickly address a couple of those things. We probably are at, by the time we get to this, probably 200, sketch 200, you only see SK 19, because we go through a gazillion options to try to get the maximum efficiency, not units, maximum efficiency out of the site. You can't go more, building code doesn't allow you to go more than 5 stories with wood frame construction. So if we did do what you're suggesting and popped up the back, we'd have to change the entire construction type to light gauge framing, metal framing. It would be considerably more expensive. That would also probably render the project maybe unfeasible. We can certainly look, but as you start carving away at this building and you start losing the efficiency of the site, then it becomes really problematic. And this is the very thing the comp plan and the ordinance ask for. It's zoned for this. It's zoned for this type of building. I know that's not your purview, but that's the reality, and that's what people are looking for, is that spend this amount of money on land this close in to West Main. Just the reality of it. But we're going to certainly try to do what you suggest. Certainly we're going to look at what Carl suggests as well.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, you've got on this SK13, you've got a diagram, and it's really just showing 12 feet 2 inches from the facade of your new building to the back of one, and 13 feet 7 inches to the other. So I think it's hard to call that a courtyard. So I think
Yeah.
to Jenny's
But what
point,
we were doing on those diagrams is comparing them to
I understand.
what you've previously approved.
I understand that, but I think what I'm hearing is these buildings maybe want a little more room.
Yeah, okay.
And there's a scale issue here too. Some of the successful precedents that you point out yourself, there's a real context that there's a dialogue between the existing and the new that I just don't see here. I see 2 miniature buildings in a canyon. And, you know, it reminds me of this children's story, The
Little House.
The Little House.
Oh, yeah.
I just feel like it's mostly the U shape surrounding the 2 little buildings being the same height as everything else. I mean, if those pieces could somehow be reduced,
Yeah.
I think it would go a long way.
So just so I understand what you're saying, the two wings that are projecting out, you think they could step down a little bit?
If they could, I mean, I understand the feasibility issues. My first thought was exactly the same as Ms. Lowers, that, you know, why don't we
Trade it off.
Trade it off, go higher elsewhere. You know, if our purview is to keep these two little buildings, there's got to be some kind of context where they make sense.
Yeah. Perhaps that northwest corner that Carl was talking about, almost, it would reduce greatly, but bring it down to the size and scale of those buildings. Perhaps that's an entrance to the building or something, and then, yeah, make up for it on another corner or something. I don't know. You're getting the feedback here.
Yeah,
that
no,
you
I
came to ask for.
am. I appreciate the feedback. Better we hear it now than we bring it to you in 4 weeks and it's, you have to redesign it. So, no, I'm grateful.
One, I wanted to really quickly talk to your first request on the historic buildings themselves and the removals that you were looking to do. I think for the most part, I personally would be okay with the removals you're suggesting or requesting. I think we would require that you do some, at a minimum, photographic documentation of the historic structures, even though some of these are pretty clearly later additions. I don't think I would really require much for the shed. Similar to the
shed that's attached.
Yeah. Anything that's attached to the historic structure, certainly. The little awning, again, similar to the last application, or pre-application conference, the awning over what may have been a basement entrance, it's hard to tell because it's got a plywood over it. I think it would look hard at that. There's a chance that may be original, and so would certainly maybe even require a measured drawing for that awning if we went ahead with approving the removal there. Just so you know, we want to document what's there, but I don't really have any strong objections to the removals. I don't know if others do. But just wanted to respond to that request.
So that's the removal request you just responded.
Correct. You kind of listed BAR request 1 and 2. So that would be my response to number 1. But if any,
I think there's a consensus.
Okay. So I just want to note that one. Now back to number 2. I think we've heard a lot about the massing and scale. Did anybody else have any other comments on that? Please feel free to jump in.
I wanted to comment. I agree with the board in general that this feels too big, surrounding diminutive buildings. And it would be great to see more space. I have some questions about the grading, how you intend to enter the building, the main entrance, and two things, how that works just on the site in general, but also how because there's a significant grade change from the front of the building to the back of the building. It looks like from your renderings that that courtyard is lifted.
It is.
Up like 10 feet probably, something like 8 to 10 feet. How do you deal with the preservation of those buildings in that situation?
Yeah, so our current thought is that we would have a wall that would hold off of that. And then we would create kind of an infill plaza around it. So you'd still be able to access it from below for maintenance. But it's in the existing buildings, they're all basements. And so what we've done is sort of just right from the sidewalk level between the two is this kind of a straight entry right to the building. So it is kind of a flat, that's the only place we can make it meet that steep 7th Street grade and then come into the building. So the idea is that courtyard is lifted up and then it'll have a step right behind the 208, which is the one furthest down. There'll be a drop down, so there'll be a retaining edge there. So there'll be a kind of a split level right behind 208, so you won't see it really from the street. And then to the north of 204, which is, we'll have to have steps down to that courtyard because the street is very steep.
Yeah, you can see on sketch 20 how steep that street is, but just to be clear, we're not going to touch the existing buildings. Nothing will be supported on them, nothing will touch them. There'll be a gap between them. So this project, should it go away in 50 years or 100 years, those existing buildings will remain intact, untouched.
Okay.
Other than the rehabilitation. We're not we could revert to their current condition
Mhm.
without any removal of any structure.
Mhm.
So we have given that some thought, we're just not showing it.
Sure.
Yeah.
The other question is, so use is not in our purview, but I think it's important to think about these little structures as something, I don't know. I think thinking critically about what those are used for and how they integrate with the neighborhood, how do they nod to the neighborhood a little bit, right? How do they respond to the neighborhood?
Well,
Is
they're
it
built
possible?
right on the sidewalk. They're boarded up
I
and
know.
haven't been occupied. So how do they they would respond exactly the way they've responded for the last 100 years. They
From
would
an
be right on the
architectural perspective or a use perspective or a program perspective, how can you think about those as an asset to be celebrated? And how can they make this building better rather than, right now, they feel like they're being ignored a little bit. And just sort of, what's the word, left over somehow?
Yeah,
And
so
I-
they're not being ignored. We've given a lot of thought to them. We think of them more as guardhouses as you enter, little pavilions as you enter to the front door that would be activated by the residents of the building. So I'm not quite sure how we conveyed the impression that they're ignored, because that's the last thing we were thinking of.
Mhm.
So if you have a suggestion, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah,
Well,
because the size is really,
Right.
we keep on thinking, it would be better to actually attach to the buildings or, but then you're, interrupting the historic home. But there's literally, 15 by 15 rooms.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, they're really functionally obsolete buildings that we're trying to preserve.
But
and
everybody
find a
wants tiny houses now. I mean, I would differ with you. People, people are, there's shows about tiny houses, and with the cost of affordable housing, there may be somebody who wants to live in one of these.
But as I said, Sherry, the stair is this wide. It wouldn't meet current code, and I don't.
It doesn't have to be, though. It doesn't have to be, though.
No, but there's a liability issue as well. We would need to make, if we can use them, we will, as a home.
It sounds like
but
you
I
don't
think-
intend to.
I don't think it's
You propose
possible.
that somebody should study there and nothing else.
Well, no,
So-
use it as part of, on these types of projects, study space is highly sought after. Many of the student housing projects that have been built don't have sufficient area to congregate and to study. Yeah, somebody could live there. Somebody lived there 23
The ground floor of
years
the
ago.
flats is pretty much empty. Thank goodness,
Well, yeah.
one commercial
Look, if it would work
proprietor
as a-
went in there finally after World of Beer, the space had been
If
empty
we
for
thought
5
it would
years.
work as a residence, we'd certainly, or as a unit, we certainly do that. It's not, everything's on the table. But we just thought at the moment, that's why I was asking, we thought.
I agree
amenity
with
space.
Ms. Tavaney. I think that it's an important element and they
Yeah.
need to be celebrated. And people like front porches on streets in the city. John, we hang out on our front porches.
Yeah.
People engage in their front porches.
Well,
And
that's-
and a lot of people don't even mind that they're right on the street.
And we're keeping the porches, and that's possible. We're not.
Yeah,
we're
you
not.
might have students hanging out there and studying and socializing.
Yeah.
In front of this group study room. That's currently our vision for it as an amenity to the tenants. Now, if you were to turn it into a rental unit, if you had your student out there remote from the main secure building, so that becomes an issue, or does it become a separate rental, that's not governed by the owner of the building?
I think it's wonderful personally that you're considering them as a common space that can be shared by the community. I mean, that's just my reaction. And I appreciate that what you're proposing is essentially that they are part of an entrance threshold. I am curious though about what the pedestrian experiences along that sidewalk that indicates these small residential buildings are an entrance into a large hotel, because it's such an uncommon condition. So I feel like there would need to be some kind of visual cue or something in the pavement or something drawing you in. But I am curious too about if you are thinking about rearticulating the building massing, if you could extend the use of that, what you're calling a courtyard and think of it almost more as like a porch, like an extension of those structures functioning as a porch onto the street, but you also have like a porch to the hotel, and it's all this kind of like shared space. And that way it feels like there's some intentionality behind like connecting the program of those small buildings to the program of the hotel. I don't know if that makes sense.
I love that suggestion. I think it makes me think of the Doyle, actually. I went up there recently and just to look at the details, and they do a lot to really engage the building, from using the porch in the back as an entry onto a eating space, you know, with umbrellas, and painting the brick of the back of the building to match the brick, you know, so it really feels like an architectural room in the city public space.
I mean, I guess that's the way we were thinking of it, is, no, it's not going to be a big courtyard. That's why I call it a pocket courtyard, is that really when you're in the building, it'll feel like it's part of the outdoor space. And, you know, and the scale of trees were meant to be more to allow light in there. You know, if we have a big tree in there, all of a sudden it's going to make it a darker hole. So the idea was keep the scale of trees in that courtyard small because it's a tighter environment. But also the idea is to have seating, umbrellas, you know, benches, so that is an active space that's sort of between and behind the building. But you do enter between the guardhouses, the gatehouse, and then unfortunately the porches are at a 4-foot difference from one on the other, and we're kind of picking the in-between. So we can still connect to them, but there are going to be steps involved.
Yeah, another way to think of those little buildings is like the dependencies at Birdwood Pavilion that UVA is renovating at the moment. They have 4 little outbuildings. About, obviously their main building is not as big as this, but they work them out as similar to the way Jim just described, and I think that works. We were in the process of trying to work out exactly how to utilise those to the fullest. So we're open to hearing suggestions, and nothing is sort of been set in stone.
I'm wondering if the premise of making those the entrance, if I'm completely sold on that, because when you just mentioned the outbuildings at Birdwood, those are dependencies. They're secondary. They're not the gateway, and it feels like these little diminutive things can't really stand up to the towers that are next to them. I'm wondering if there were like sort of a more neutral backdrop almost to these, and the entrance were somewhere else.
Yeah, there is an entrance up at the corner at the railroad crossing, which is more of a, you know, the students will flow out of that on a regular basis. The entry into the courtyard is sort of the leasing. You go to leasing through there. You go to the lounge, the clubhouse, the kind of group space that would then utilize that outdoor space when the weather's nice. So it is more of an extension of the building behind them than it is really meant to be like the public entry. You know, most people are going to go either in the garage if they're driving, or if they're riding their bike, they're going to go into the garage and park their bikes in the garage. But if a student is leaving to go to class, they might go out the upper level, because we're dealing with that stepping topography.
I'll say it. I just feel like everybody's comments are that these buildings will be in 10 years after you build this empty and just kind of forgotten. They may be forced to be maintained, but the city's really.
The cottages you're talking about.
The two historic buildings, so thinking about that, and our guidelines are to preserve them as they are, but thinking about that, none of us want them to be left behind, sort of as this is, you know, this whole space is being reimagined with this new city around them, sort of. And I think I would make an exception to the general guidelines that I would put, you know, I would maybe combine them in the back with a joint. I mean, I know it would have to be a terraced deck of some sort, and poke holes. I would even advocate painting the brick. I know that's wrong. I know Jeff was probably rolling his eyes, but just doing something creatively so that these survive and they really do have some meaningful purpose and use. I mean, you know, the obvious thing I'm thinking of is a coffee shop in one of them, or maybe in both of them, you know, that would draw people in. A commercial presence would certainly be awesome. But more than that, I would like them to be, I don't know, to have like, if they are going to be the entrance, as we said, or the gates or whatever, what goes on there? What makes it interesting? What signals the past, and what makes them part of this functional city behind them? And I don't know if I really have an answer.
Yeah,
but-
no, I think what we need to do is.
But, I mean, I would almost say connect them, you know? I thought of more little houses in front, honestly, when I saw this. I thought, build others, don't necessarily mimic them, but, you know, students may want to live. I mean, if you can't put them upstairs, 2 people could live in 800 square feet. I mean, I know you'd have to.
Put bathrooms and kitchens
yeah.
and washing machines.
Oh my gosh.
It's not going to fit, Sherry. It's not going to fit. But I think what we should do next time around is show you some renderings of that area so we can all better understand it and incorporate some of the things that have been suggested.
If I just jump on a little bit, help you flesh out what I know what you're thinking.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
And that is
Go ahead.
that, I do like, my son's paying $5,000 a month for a 12 by 15 apartment in Chelsea, so it's like, you know, I don't know if that'll go
People
here,
do
but
live in.
I do think of the Cracker Boxes at, on East Range, and, you know, that they are a place that students want to stay. But in lieu of having 2 buildings that sort of you pass between, or I think what you're kind of getting at is the entrance possibly through. Do you incorporate that? Oh, okay. I thought it might be like, is there a way to like experience the building as you enter the larger building and not walk between the 2 of them? I don't.
Do you combine them with glass? I mean, I don't, you know. I mean, I would really be in favor of altering these buildings so that they look like the past, but they contribute to the future. And I really wouldn't say that very often. I mean, I know that you've stated the guidelines, which is if your building goes away, these are still around for another 100 years or so, but I'm just afraid of them being left behind.
We could still look at what you're suggesting, where it's totally removable and doesn't actually, appears to touch the buildings, but maybe doesn't. We could look at
I
that.
love that idea, Sherry. And I think,
It wouldn't be glass. It'd be really cool, actually.
yeah, I mean, even thinking about these as like 2 little extra special penthouses on the ground, you know, like, I think students would love to rent that space.
Yeah, I don't want to beat this to death, but by the time these are really tiny, by the time you put bathrooms in there that need to be accessible, a kitchen, and all of the basic things students want, not like the range where they just have beds and they urinate in the sinks. You know, most students are going to.
The women don't, by the way. Until they get really desperate.
It's not what I've heard, sure.
Late at night.
I mean, I guess, well, maybe part of the thought here is that you
Carl's
do,
like, oh my God, we've gone sideways.
you could do a thoughtful addition off the rear of these that incorporates your plumbing, right? Like kitchens and bathrooms.
Yeah.
That's pretty common. That in fact, probably some of these earlier additions are just for that reason. If I'm not, you know,
They could
stretch.
They could share a kitchen and bathroom facilities.
Potentially. Or if you had a glass connector
yeah.
between them and then additions on the back that have the bathrooms and kitchens, then you can maintain the historic core.
I think they'd be the most popular units in your building.
I think when we initially looked at it, we thought about touching the buildings and connecting them. And then we were more of the, you know, are you guys going to object to us touching and connecting these?
I think as long as you're not creating a false sense of history and you're using contemporary materials.
I think what we're talking about is not, you know, not false. It's just some modifications that would.
It's that rehabilitation
Contemporary.
as opposed to restoration.
Yeah.
But just so I'm clear, are you more concerned, or is the consensus more concerned with having an active, what we'll call a courtyard of the street, or how those buildings are used? Because if we start doing what I think I'm hearing, we're going to cut down on that open space. And that open space between the backs of the buildings and the building, that's a glass wall opening onto the amenity area within the building. So there's activity looking out onto that. And I just don't want to destroy that to add a bathroom on the back of those buildings.
I mean, I think that would all incorporate into rethinking that
Yeah.
facade.
Maybe we need to go back to the drawing board and
Well, I think
make
some renderings
suggestions.
of even just what we were showing would help understand at least how we envision it, that from inside the building, we're trying to grab onto that space as outdoor amenity space.
And activate the street,
And
right?
activate the street by allowing people to move in and out and around these buildings.
Yeah, I think a rendering showing, looking from your new building to the back of the historic buildings would be helpful.
Yeah, we can do that.
You know, I think ultimately the goal is how to engage those buildings to successfully preserve them long-term for the future, whether that's re-engaging them with additions of some sort, or if you can find a clever way to preserve them just as they are, but just not letting them go stale.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I get it. No, we don't want that either.
Right.
So if I could, I know it's getting late, could I just recap? So you're generally comfortable, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just what I'm thinking, you're generally comfortable with the removal of those after it's documented.
Yeah.
And you're generally okay with building across the back of these protected properties, but there needs to be work on the massing on the front courtyard, the use of those smaller buildings. Am I off the mark there? Because we don't want to do all this work and come back and spend tens of thousands of dollars and come back and say, well, no, we're still not happy with you building across the back of the units, touching the back of the property. So we need, if possible, some direction on that. Now, what I'm hearing is you are okay with it, but we just need to work on the massing of the building.
I think we'll be okay with it as long as it's within our guidelines. I want to carefully look at the guidelines for additions to historic properties.
Yeah, we have.
And then I think it's about the massing of just the new building along that 7th Street facade and how it engages those historic buildings, that it's, even if you do touch them and kind of add to re-engage them, it's still too big and looming over them.
And what we
So
heard on the massing was, I'm just going to pass over those existing cottages for the moment, because I think we're clear on that. Potentially manipulating the massing of the two projecting elements was of a concern. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, the one is pulled back behind the house, so there is kind of an open corner of the
Right.
garage.
I think the northwest corner
It's
is
the
very looming.
northwest, right?
It almost feels like the space that you're creating doesn't really respond to the houses that are there. And, you know, like that very large brick, I'll call it brick, I don't know what it is, element, the tower that's right behind it, that feels off to me. And I think your concept of creating a courtyard where these two elements are in would be helped if that were a more cohesive space. And especially that corner where that big vertical brick is sort of pulled off a little bit.
Okay, we can certainly look at that.
That thing.
Yeah, like it's not, the space that is being made does not really respond to the buildings that are there. In fact, I like this,
Fighting it.
you know, the architecture's fine, but it would be fine without those two buildings there, and it would be, to me, very, you know, it doesn't feel like you've done a whole lot to sort of respond to those two buildings with the actual architectural design. And I know that's probably not true.
Right, it's not
But
true. But
that's sort of
it's
what
not
I'm-
true,
We're
but
seeing
I
it for
wasn't
the first
That's
time.
what I'm seeing.
Right, we don't see the previous iterations and the work that you've done to get
You
here.
probably wouldn't want to, but.
Yeah, I mean, the other is, we're looking at an aerial, and I think that really does
And that's a
this
really good
project
point.
as
That
a
is.
service in that
But we
we have that
do,
apartment building right across the street, so nobody will ever be
No, you're
far
right.
enough away to see.
SK20 is pretty good though at street level.
Okay,
yeah, that shows the slope.
Yeah.
And it's light on
Serious,
landscaping, it's
yeah.
really the
Yeah, but-
massing.
But it helps. It helps.
And those towers, those brick towers, and just so you know, the brick is to match the colour and texture of the existing houses, and the what appears to be white is to match the siding on the existing houses. So we tried to relate Obviously, the scale is so different that we just tried to relate using similar materials, a sort of similar palette.
I think if you look at SK 20 or 21, even 20 were inside the building across the way. So it's a very tight street, very steep street.
I do like the, just in terms of the new builds, I like the projecting eave or cornice, if you will, on those towers, and I'd encourage looking at that for some of your other massing.
And just to
It
answer
kinda
that, I
goes up
think
and
Carl
stops.
brought it up earlier, that's only, we work out the proportion of the overhang based on the height of the building. It's not we just guess at it, but that's only about a 4'8" overhang, so it's really proportional to the size of the building. It's not looming over the street, or, if somebody heard you
Yeah,
literally.
I think as others
they-
have said, the architecture of the building doesn't bother me. It's just its relationship is, you've given yourselves a pretty big problem. It's a difficult puzzle, not problem, puzzle to solve. You have two houses that, as you said, the scale of these houses is so small, and to find some way to make it, they do feel like they're in the way, like it's like, oh crud, we have to leave these here and we're gonna build around them.
Right.
And that's kind of how it feels, and I think that's what everybody's
Well, I think that's
getting at
true,
is-
that's absolutely true and accurate.
Yeah.
But in the end, we don't want to feel
build
that.
around them, and now trying to work out the most appropriate way to build
So
around them
what,
is a challenge.
like an example, what if your front entrance, you said leasing or whatever, but when you look through, what if it had a porch that was the same degree? What if there was a little bit of relationship between them? And I'm not saying you can't mimic these tiny buildings in your large
No, I think a
building.
porch is a good idea, and that was mentioned over
Just
here.
at the same slope, I mean, just
Oh,
so you would
pitch-
see.
a pitch
Yeah,
roof?
yeah, like the awning, as one would say, over the front would have the same slope as and it's very gentle, the two historic buildings.
Well,
So
we
you'd
can look
actually
at-
see a third, of those forms.
We can look at that, but we were not trying to mimic too
No,
much the existing
no.
building, but we
Yeah.
Yeah, I
can look
think,
at that.
like SK 20, that one really shows sort of the doors and the entry doors in the background. And the idea is that that pathway will be tree lined, there'll be small trees, granted, and that there'll be benches along that, so that hopefully there'll be this active life as people are waiting for a car or waiting for a friend. So, yes, these buildings are unfortunately not also architecturally significant, other than their historic IPPs,
Well, they're brick, I mean, that's what's significant about them.
Yeah, and they're
And that
brick
they're.
walls this
they're-
thick.
And they're
solid
very
brick
charming.
walls this thick.
Yeah, load-bearing brick walls.
So it's those are very unique, but architecturally, they aren't like the Doyle, where you have, a grand porch on front and back. So it's hard to build a lot off of them architecturally.
Great.
And that's why we were trying to create this space between as the way to interact with it.
There's something very modern about the little buildings too, like very just pure,
Yeah.
They are simple.
which is so, I find them incredibly charming. And I'm just wondering if maybe the facade behind them could benefit. I was just looking at there's a diagram with a blue line of the plan over the site plan. What page is it?
SK 17.
What should be
SK 17. Just wondering if straightening out that facade directly behind the buildings might actually help a lot. Just giving a bit of a cleaner backdrop to the buildings, a more kind of modern articulation of those facades behind it might be helpful.
Oh,
that
you're
makes
talking about
sense at
where
all.
it's sort of crenulated?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right now, this is, we've already gotten rid of those.
Oh, you have?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's just that this package went out before we made that decision.
Okay, great.
But even just pushing it back, and I think this is what Kate's talking about, that, to my point, sort of responds to the buildings and the space of the buildings, the existing.
Yeah, on that same sketch though, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but zoning requires us to build to the street where we can. So what you're suggesting, we have, and it happens all the time, where we're trying to satisfy your requests and also satisfy zonings. But that, on that sketch 17, you see that yellow line, or that shaded yellow, that's sort of the build to zone that we're required to meet. So, but I think we can manipulate that. We can ask for some relief. But I think you're also, sorry, I think you're also suggesting, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, that you're not talking about taking that whole thing back, but maybe stepping it back as it goes up.
Potentially, or making it a little more simple and less articulated the way it is now. It's very.
You're talking about right behind the
Yeah.
houses.
Right.
Yeah, it's already
Kate,
been
could you
simplified.
put
I
up
think
SK
especially 208.
17?
Yeah, sorry, I was in the middle. Lots of things going on.
I just think sometimes it's helpful when we're talking about this line or that line to actually just
Yeah,
point at it
yeah.
and make sure we're all on the same
Yeah,
page.
I think I got confused.
Because
which
I
one we're
have an
talking
understanding
about.
what Roger's saying. I'm not sure if it's matched what John, right? John?
Jim.
Jim, excuse me. I'm a James, sorry. But just to, so Roger, you can point at what you're talking about,
I'm sorry, guys, I was actually looking for the notes for zoning on this. So, I'm sorry. what's the
Zoning's on our-
number again?
It's
So-
17.
17.
Two slides before this.
And I think, Kate, that's what you're talking about too. This is a very busy facade here. If that were simplified and perhaps just straightened, it would give
Here's a pointer.
the outline. And it really
19th century
shows,
pointer.
it's not just a plan thing, it shows in the elevations too. That vertical brick element and the glass, there's just a lot going on there that is a busy backdrop to
Yeah,
these two little
and
Are you suggesting to pull this back to here?
Well, I don't think you can.
That's what I was
I don't know if you can do
No,
that.
so initially
That's what
you
I
would-
would love to do.
Yeah.
We're already having to ask to be relieved from
From that. I get it. I
the
get it.
15-foot.
So also, it sounds a bit, I'm getting confused, because initially you were talking about the top portion, stepping that back.
That would be
The
one.
simpler we make this building, the more massive it appears. If we don't articulate it vertically and horizontally, it's going to look like a box. So if we start straightening these lines out, even if we could, I think the result could be really problematic. So,
Yeah, I
but I
thought-
hear what you're saying.
I thought you were referring to right behind 204 and see where the.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's all been simplified to give us more space behind that house. So we have pulled.
And
the line
these,
back.
these steps, as you probably realise, are really form follows function. These are units that lay out, and this is and zoning overlaid and building code overlaid, and that's where that configuration comes from to get efficiency on the site. It's not some wacky, even though it might look a bit wacky. There's pretty strong reasons for most of that. But I think we hear what you're saying, and we're happy to go back and study it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just, I know this is moving beyond massing, but because you've given it to us, just a little talk on materials. The fiber cement that you're showing on here with the board and batten and everything, it always looks great in renderings.
No board and batten.
Not board and batten, but you've got
Panels.
slats, or not slats, the, applied trim on top of flat panels. Yeah. It looks great in renderings, and it has like a nice kind of semi-residential feel to it. And I just, the standard and the flats on West Main, the construction was terrible.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it always makes me very worried when I keep seeing it pop up, because it's the easiest thing for people to put on their buildings. And you end up getting 7 stories of this, and it's all wonky, and it doesn't age well, it's dirty. It just looks like garbage on
Yeah.
a standard, and I'm
Yeah.
worried about that.
Yeah, well, and we aren't using that on any major facade elements. It's only below windows and between the windows. And it's what we did out at Stonefield, at Elysian, where we're trying to pull the dark black windows down through. And we thought it was pretty successful there because we're keeping it to small panels. It's when you get the large panels like in the flats.
Yeah.
And it's, just a trim around the 4x8 sheet. I agree.
Just throwing that out there. I mean, you've
Yeah.
got it on these corner portions as well, and it just, every one of those little joints ends up being, they never line up, and
Yeah, and
you
the
get
backstory-
flashing running through them, and
The backstory to that, Carl, is we've been asked to look at repairing the flats. And what ends up happening often, that siding is the last thing that goes on. And what we mentioned earlier about the school year starting, and usually on a lot of these student housing projects, the siding and the finish gets thrown on at the very end and they're racing through
Yep.
it. And the flats is a good example of it, just a terrible application. The paint's fading, it's horrible. I agree with you. We try to avoid that.
And actually, our rendering sort of do us a disservice. This is will all be flat siding.
Okay.
So,
John?
yeah.
Those photos you sent me a few years ago, in fact, it on the roof where it looked like really like the flashing, the drip edge is just, it's not functioning. So yeah, that's a mess up there.
Yeah, and also the
I know,
thin
not
brick,
yours.
thin brick is a big concern as well, that just popping off. So I'd say be cautious about thin brick.
Don't tell us that now.
Popping off.
Well, I didn't want to, being that you brought those sorts of things up, I thought I'd mention it. We were looking at 1000 West Main, the Lark. You
And
remember?
it's coming off.
That was, well, you didn't notice it? You're an eagle-eyed, Carl, I thought you brought it
It's
up.
funny, I noticed it.
It's been repaired, but yes, it was falling down into the pool and...
It's the same product.
We had comments from the public section during that application. No. Anyway. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Hope you guys got some good feedback from us.
Thanks.
So, just two quick things. One, I had mentioned, there was, we did receive a note.
Yes.
From someone, concerned, they are neighboring property, and they are acknowledging, they're in that, and I don't know, Jen, Kate, how familiar you are, Jerry, even, where some of the historically black neighborhoods in the city, the zoning was such that they have the zoning that's across the street, where across you do 5 stories, it's significantly different. And so the comment I got was just someone, asking you all to keep that in mind. And I will certainly respond to them and say that, when something's presented, they can comment. I don't know if there's much other than what our guidelines allow us to do and what we've discussed about that, but I just wanted to share that, and I suspect we'll hear other things in this neighborhood. And I had just one question, if you could help me. I'm seeing a lot of, the comment was made earlier about the vertical siding. I think it was on Fred's project, and I see this in entrance corridor things, and I interpret that as, I think of traditional, when we talk about traditional materials, you think of horizontal siding. So I'm just curious from the architects how you see this. Does vertical siding replicate something? Is it the new contemporary look? How can I remedy it in my head as a design element?
Vertical siding can be traditional. I think we do have, our guidelines do say, at least in the design control districts, all wood that's on a building has to be painted or stained solid. And then we end up making these exceptions for, someone wants to have natural cedar or something. And my concern with that is just it does eventually, sometimes it grays out beautifully and sometimes it just mildews and blackens, and
Usually in Virginia, it does the latter.
I'm just thinking more in terms of when we're talking about traditional materials and traditional designs, it seems like that vertical siding is, I know you see it in board and batten, but I'm just, I'm not sure how to resolve this. I just was wondering if you all had opinions, like, oh yeah, it's the new wave, it's the new look, it's contemporary architecture, deal with it. I don't see anybody to.
I think it's, because are people doing, if someone's doing a historicist building, then that would be different. But if they're doing a contemporary building, it's a traditional material used in a slightly less common way.
Okay. All right. I know Ron loves it.
I do.
I was just expecting you to. All right.
Would you rather they did EFS?
That's not fair. All right. That's helpful. That's good. Thank you.
All right, do you hear a motion to adjourn?
We have two things on our agenda after the staff questions.
Okay, well, I said the windows we weren't going to touch,
And then
and
subcommittee for bylaws.
if you had anything, but I didn't,
We have bylaws.
We dropped that a couple times.
yeah.
What? Two last two meetings, we didn't get to that, but you reminded us.
Well, this is the first time I've seen a subcommittee for bylaw review.
The subcommittee was for process improvement, and then
Oh, that's
the
a.
bylaws, I feel like you did a pretty decent job of doing it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I'm waiting, I'm waiting for somebody to.
You are the subcommittee. Nah, well, yeah, I have, Kate and I literally have,
Donated for photo work for the city.
I mean, I think we would need to bring back up your,
I thought it was going to city attorney, or am I?
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
It's on the list. I'm sorry, I thought it was something, James, you had
There's no
mentioned.
I
urgency with
mentioned
me,
some.
I just was curious where it is.
I had mentioned a subcommittee
It says
for
bylaws.
process improvement.
Right.
Seems like such a shame to.
So, it's my understanding, sorry, that would be part of.
No.
It would be rolled into, but I don't.
No, I think,
No, we
no,
don't. That's just not-
no.
Because you want to be able to change those easily.
So basically, the bylaws allow the chair to appoint subcommittees. That was the only connection to the bylaws. And then we had suggested a subcommittee on process
We don't
improvement.
want to look up our bylaws for
This just
procedural
shows you
stuff.
how much Jeff checked my work.
It's, we, Kate and I can't keep up with what we have to keep up with. So we haven't gotten to everything, but I need to. I will share with you that in our work plan, as we presented to council last night and to the planning commission last week, part of the NDS work plan is to find a consultant to help Kate and I get the guidelines updated. I still don't want to yield everything to a consultant, but the direction I've been given is you got to get this done.
So is there a RFP that's going out? And/or can we see that?
Sure, when we get to it, yeah. I mean, that's my direction. I just can't get to
I
it.
don't got it quite, I'm tired and but what if the city were able to say you could turn it over to like Fraser Consultants who did the guidelines last time, and just have them sort of consult and maybe give a scope of work, or maybe like, could, advise you, Jeff, and us what they think does need to be focused on. I don't know, just kind of like take a first bite at it, not do the RFP for the full thing, but maybe I guess what I'm trying to say, an analysis of what would be ahead with the larger thing, whether they get it or not.
I think that the large, I'm going to have to prepare a scope of work and for someone to take a look at the big picture, and a lot of it is going to involve, there's going to be a public outreach component. I think a significant amount of it is to look at these potential conflicts with the current zoning.
That's a big deal. That's a big part of it.
And that's
a big part of it.
Right. So let me ask a question. And forgive me for not knowing. Is our process part of the guidelines? Is the application process a part of the guidelines or not?
There are some things that, yes and no. They are in the guidelines, but I'll give you, I don't know. I'll give you, how about a quick answer?
Fair.
All right.
I mean, I should look at them a little
No,
more
no, no.
closely too.
What I'm trying to explain is.
But where I was going with that is that we could potentially engage the consultant to also help with
Yes.
the process.
But
And
we have some internal things that need to be resolved. The who goes first on the zoning questions. Kate and I also believe that there's a lot that we could quantify as far as windows, or the questions that she and I get all the time, and we're like, do I have to take this to the BAR? We can really clarify, does this go to the BAR? Can we look at, how can we treat this? instead of just a specific reading of the ordinance. So, yeah, but I'd like to resolve some of those with you all procedurally. Yeah, it might get worked into the ordinance, but I think there's some stuff for our sanity we have to tackle. One thing I'd like to tackle with you all directly, we're looking at our sign regs, and where the new sign regs, there might be some missteps with the guidelines. I think we can resolve those probably internally and not have to pay a consultant to do it. So, but it's, I have to write a scope of work, and then I want to involve you all in that so that we don't, I don't want to miss something. I don't want to see the forest for the trees or miss the trees for the forest. But one of the things that we've talked about in the past, for example, what is it that you all want to see when someone brings a pre-application? We can decide that. I don't need a consultant to determine that. So that's why it's not a simple answer. All right.
I think.
I have
Sure.
a quick question, which goes back to something that we dealt with before, which was the tree study for down on the mall. That we were looking for city council to appropriate money to doing that. Where does that stand right now?
I don't know.
I was told that's moving forward.
I don't know where that stood in.
So the NDS plan talked about some master planning for the mall, I guess. But it was I asked to clarify because they said that that's a couple years out and it could be a longer process and they don't know what it's going to take. So I said, is that going to preclude the tree replacements that were recommended? And they said no, that can proceed without that happening. So I think it actually is in the works. I think there actually is some money to start that.
I believe there is, Parks and Rec is managing that, so it's not under neighborhood development. I don't know where it stands as far as, there's a lot that has to happen to move things around. I mean, it's literally, all right, well, before we move this, before we worry about this tree, we might have to move this pipeline. We might have to shift something else. So I'm not currently involved in that. I don't want to say there's nothing happening, but I'm just not currently involved, and I don't know where the funding situation with that is.
I think to address some of the particular things that you're looking for guidance on, I think some working sessions may be beneficial. I know it would be another night that we'd have to get together. I think oftentimes these things come up at the very end of our BA meetings. We're all pretty tired. It's like coming on 9:45. I think though the last working session we had, I feel like it was kind of a shotgun approach where it's like a lot of stuff thrown at us, scattered. And I feel like by having maybe more frequent but shorter and really well-defined agendas for those working sessions where it's like, this is the one topic we're going to cover, we're going to take an hour, maybe an hour and a half to do it, and then we're done for the night and get out, right? Like, I think that's the way to achieve small steps, and kind of, that's how you eat the elephant, right? One step at a time. And I think that there's so much that we're hoping to try and do, and we just can't do it because you're also still trying to do your full job, right? And we respect that, and we all have time of our own in our personal lives and our jobs, but I think we want to help. I think it's trying to find the time to do it, but doing it in small increments.
Well, one of the things that Kate and I are dealing with is this new system, the portal. Kate checks every building permit that comes into the city to make sure, are we supposed to look at this or not? And we find things.
I think all the time there's a sign proposed that I didn't get review, I wasn't a reviewer on, but they want to put the Water Street, where actually we just talked about that. They wanted to put the old Urban Outfitters building, right? Like a new sign, and I'm just like, oh.
You mean the hardware store building?
Right.
That's it. That's it.
Kate-
Sorry, the Lord's last name. Hardware store building, yeah. But it's just like sign permits, you know? I mean,
Kate comes in and says, did you know that? She goes, yeah, we have to review this by next Tuesday.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, for these meetings, since there is some money, is there any opportunity to hire a moderator?
We could.
To keep us on track.
Again, it's a sort of, God, if I could get there, I'd love it. I can't get there.
I think having a series with a timeline that you
Yeah.
guys adopt would really help us also for planning, and I know Jeff has to take this back then to, our director and deputy director, so it's really helpful if I think, would help us, I think. If we
Yeah,
said,
agreed.
Hey, we can meet on these dates.
Yeah,
then-
okay.
And I also think that we get hung up a little bit on y'all's internal
And we'd like to grumble.
departmental, not necessarily politics, but like the routing of who does what when, and it's sort of like, it seems like that's a spaghetti mess, and maybe we don't need to bother with that, right? Like, if the question is about windows, like, let's just talk about windows, not talk about who sees the windows first. That's just an
What
example.
if James Freeze moderated for us?
What's that?
He doesn't have time, but
Well,
that
he
would
was
be.
just standing down there during
Was
our
he?
meeting. Yeah, I just saw him.
Who?
He was right down the hall.
James
James?
Freeze.
James Freeze.
Oh, then he must be.
Working late.
I'm just suggesting, or Karen.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to James about a lot
Just
of
someone
things.
who's a little bit removed, but also familiar enough with the
Yeah.
process. They're not gonna feel like they have to weigh in, but they also would be just like hiring a consultant who doesn't know what the BAR does. or,
Well, that's
you know.
what I don't want. I had
Yeah.
actually had an applicant was very unhappy, well, not very, but unhappy with Kate and I, because they were hoping to be on the agenda tonight for a pre-application discussion, and I just said, you don't want to be the last of a late night. I could squeeze this on, but I advise against it, and it is,
Do you have deadlines?
yeah, and it's just,
there?
yeah. So it's,
Did they not make a deadline?
well, that's again where there's like, what is the expectation for a pre-app conference?
There isn't, it doesn't have a deadline?
I think it's another student housing. I'm
There, it
guessing.
should, it should be, it should be the
I think it still
same.
needs to match the deadline, but I guess it's hard to say if it's a complete submittal or not, right? Because it's just a pre-application conference, so.
Yeah.
So make your life easy.
I'm guessing.
forget it.
Oh,
Well, that's just it.
one
There
hard
was a
line.
misunderstanding.
Definitely.
And,
But it's also my workflow begins with our online portal. That's where my workflow begins, so if you don't have anything there,
That's an easy no.
so it's hard to then say, oh, sure, we'll take this, but we want to, we obviously want to, but it's a hard middle ground.
Could we do one of these planning meetings around December and then recess to a certain house? Second Street?
you know,
I think we need to
That would be
start-
like a reward.
We need to start a little
Everybody would
sooner than-
show up for the meeting.
We need to start a
I'm
little
sure.
sooner than December.
We knew.
I do need to work on,
There's a reward at the end.
Well, I think there could still be a reward somewhere on the downtown mall.
Okay.
I mean, I will say what I'm seeing a lot of, and this is the project that is gonna come to you, is another student housing project on West Main. You know, it's, so that I don't think that was the intent of the zoning ordinance, but that's what we're getting, and,
Still only like 6 inches.
but,
11 stories where the U-Haul used to be.
Students are really gonna live.
all right, so thank you.
Well, honestly, I guess if it keeps them out of
Motion
my
to
neighborhood.
adjourn?
Well, on last topic,
Yeah.
I mean, if they're building on West Main, they're not invading all the
for the
houses.
BA barbecue, do we want me to send another doodle poll out for July? In an
Yes.
attempt to try and get
Is it too soon?
more folks for the
For
barbecue?
July, looking for another doodle poll.
Sure, yeah.
Just to see if we, because it seems like we kind of have like about 6 folks that can do it on any particular night, and that, I'd love it if we could get a little closer to a quorum.
It's screaming for like maybe an entire weekend event.
Who comes out alive? All right, I'll send another poll out. All right, now, motion to adjourn. Second.
So moved.
Second.
Huzzah. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Now, which door are we supposed to leave out of?
Yes. There are exiting instructions.